When farmers burn their agricultural waste products, it releases carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, which leads to respiratory diseases such as lung cancer, liver disease, and kidney disease, also causing damage to the wildlife preservation. So recycling agricultural waste help us to prevent that and also save the environment at the same time, generate income, and also create employment for the youth in our community.
For Africa, we've had several impacts of climate change. Most of them are very severe. For example, we have consistent flooding in the recent time. These are impact of the changes that we have in the climate system. We have droughts, which is also consistent, and especially recently. Green businesses in climate change is now a big topic of discussion. We've seen a lot of youth who are innovative and bringing up solutions for climate change, especially on the mitigation side, a few on adaptation as well. So we have seen technologies for cooking, like clean cooking. We've seen renewable energy technologies. We have seen a few technologies that convert waste to charcoal, for instance, in the system. Some recycling technologies as well in the country and even beyond Ghana. These are initiatives we need to support to grow and also take the space, especially for climate change mitigation.
Climate change is no longer an abstract concept. The impacts of climate change in Africa are undeniable, with rising temperatures and sea levels, changes in rainfall patterns, and extreme weather. The Government of Canada knows that urgent action is needed, and we doubled our international climate finance commitment to $5.3 billion, aiming to particularly support women and girls who are disproportionately affected by the climate crisis.
What drives us really is the fact that we know that we are contributing to something greater, to the extent that we are helping save the environment for future generations, to the extent that we are helping solve challenges that has to do with our very survival, because we now have climate change disrupting areas that hitherto was used for the cultivation of food. And so knowing on a daily basis that we are supporting enterprises who are mitigating and adapting to climate change is what drives us on a daily basis to be able to do the work that we do here at the Ghana Climate Innovation Center.
GCIC has come into our business in a great way. With the support of the grants, we're able to construct climate-smart cropping house to control the temperature in the mushroom house.
The temperature outside is about 30 to 28 degrees Celsius, but inside is about 20 to 15. That's the best we can ever have for growing mushroom.
And also, we are able to purchase mist fog machine, which brings out the temperature from 22 degrees to 15 degrees. And also liquid culture fermentation tank. At first, we were using grain spawns for it, but now we are using a liquid culture fermentation tank.
This is the fermentation tank. We call it liquid culture machine or tank. At first, we normally use the bottles with the grain millet to prepare it, and it's very hectic and costly. But with the help of the GCIC, we are able to purchase this machine, which is about 120 liters, which will give us a liquid culture for ingestion,
and which will cut down our cost of production in the mushroom industry. Before joining the GCIC family, we used to have a production capacity of 20,000 bags, but currently we have increased our production to 80,000 capacity. That means 4 times the revenue. That means 4 times the number of ferments we will create, 4 times the mushroom that we'll be able to harvest, and also cutting down the cost of production.
Instead of a global organization directly taking the challenge on, they supported the local institutions to take the direct lead, supporting homegrown leaders, being forward-thinking in their processes where they recognize the needs as coming from the institutions as opposed to being imposed.
Canada's support includes initiatives like the Ghana Climate Innovation Center because we cannot resolve these problems just with the public sector. We need the private sector, entrepreneurs, and small and medium-sized enterprises because they all have a crucial role to play. The impact of this collaboration is tangible. We've seen entrepreneurs develop innovative solutions such as renewable energy projects, sustainable agricultural practices, and eco-friendly manufacturing. And over the past year, I've personally had the opportunity to witness the entrepreneurial spirit and the innovative minds of Ghanaian women and men, and to see the positive impacts of Canada's assistance. We continue to be inspired by the creativity of Ghanaian entrepreneurs, their leadership, and solution-focused mindset as they address the most pressing issues of our time.
The impact of our business in our community is that we have been able to cut down the burning of agricultural waste in the community. Not just all in that, creating employment avenues for the youth, and also producing quality but affordable mushrooms as a source of protein for the community.
It's quite fascinating to see how they produce their mushrooms through biodegradable materials, or I'll say products from farmers, so that these farmers will not have to burn their farms after every harvest. Rather, they collect all these waste products and use them for fungal production. So after everything, they give the compost back to the farmers as manure.
Bese ebens penko lekpe do awawe ta like hemi kono agbere de ya sa hemi wea bi tonajo monu chawe mi tojo ya mi po eva miena egbe sogbo like hemi se mi apenko a hemi vale wa no fin eva elone ko vala wana evulu ta ho valo ya hemi va wana monu a mega wana egbe o na hemi wea egina videve be nu monu a enyuna be egbe amega miena de agbele mo me dana agbele nenye fe yeyi yume ta me po vide kede ke fifila me vati ta nyima ka tan a dagbele ta me ti be so hewe yufo we no gera agbele de deme agba vide leme nye be ege wado khanula akpo vide gede.
Looking at the future of Ashasi and its two partners, Global Affairs Canada, Ghana Climate Innovation Center, I'd like us to think about something I read about, which is the quintuple helix. And it talks about how academe, private, public sector, society, and the environment need to work cohesively. And in doing so, be very cognizant of how.
Ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding round of applause, please help me welcome Madam Ruka Sanusi as she comes up to give the welcome address. And before she takes the microphone, there's a very, very important video we want each and every one of you to watch. A lot of the video has context to what she's about to speak about in her introductory message. So if we're ready and we're good to go, I'd like the video to play right now, and we'll have Madam Ruka up to give us the welcome address.
When farmers burn their agricultural waste products,
Wake up, everybody, no more sleeping in bed. No more backward thinking, time for thinking ahead. The world has changed so very much from what it used to be. There's so much hatred, war and poverty. Wake up all the teachers, time to teach a new way. Wake up, everybody, no more sleeping in bed. No more backward thinking, time for thinking ahead. The world has changed so very much from what it used to be. There's so much hatred, war and poverty. Oh, wake up all the teachers, time to teach a new way. Maybe then they'll listen to what you have to say. They're the ones who's coming up, and the world is in their hands. When you teach the children, teach them the very best you can. The world won't get no better if we just let it be. Na 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 na. The world won't get no better. We gotta change it now, just you and me. Wake up all the doctors, make the old people well. They're the ones who suffer and who catch all the hair. But they don't have so very long before their judgment day. So won't you make them happy before they pass away? Wake up all the builders, time to build a new land. I know we could do it if we all lend a hand. The only thing we have to do is put it in our minds. Surely things will work out, they do it every time. The world won't get no better if we just let it be. Na, 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 na. The world won't get no better. We gotta change it now, just you and me. Yeah. Change it, yeah, change it, yeah, just you and me. Change it, yeah, change it. Can't do it alone, can't do it alone. Need some help, y'all, y'all. Can't do it alone, can't do it alone. Yeah, yeah. Wake up, everybody. Wake up, everybody. Need a little help, y'all. Yes, I do. Need a little help. Say it, boy. Need some help, y'all. Change the world, what it used to be. Can't do it alone. Can't do it alone. Need some help, that. Need some help, that. Wake up, everybody. Get up, get up, get up, get up.
It is my pleasure especially to welcome Global Affairs Canada, our donors, one of our partners, but our major partner for the work that we do at Ghana Climate Innovation Center, GIZ, who we're also working with, and Standard Chartered, the executive team at the Ashesi University, of which the GCIC is an institute. One of the board members is here. It's lovely to see you. Thank you for coming. And all the speakers, Aloysius, Desmond, I'm tremendously pleased that you could make it. I know how busy you are. You're hardly ever in Ghana. So I feel very privileged that you've chosen to be here today. So I'm very, very grateful. And to all of you that have braved the rain to be here, we are very happy to see you here, and we promise you it's going to be worth your while. So again, I say it brings me great pleasure to welcome you all to the 6th Annual Incubating Climate Innovation Symposium. And it is so pleasing to see how the symposium continues to grow year after year in size and also in interest from a wide range of professionals and practitioners across sectors and industries in Ghana. This, for all of us in the entrepreneurial ecosystem, can only be a tremendous and positive sign of the inroads we all continue to make in growing and professionalizing the climate-focused small and growing business sector for greater economic and environmental prosperity in Ghana. Almost exactly 7 years ago to this day, the Ghana Climate Innovation Center began its work and its mission to incubate and support Ghana's budding climate-focused enterprises. With a mandate at that time to incubate 90 climate entrepreneurs over 3 years, we started with just 12 entrepreneurs in our first cohort, providing them with a grant financing, entrepreneurial training, and technical advisory services in climate-responsive technologies. Our goal was to nurture the heart, the lungs, and all the other vital organs of these climate-focused businesses and their leaders, equipping them with the tools necessary to address Ghana's rising emissions with its attendant negative externalities on the economy and livelihoods. Because across Africa, emissions from everyday activities such as cooking with wood or charcoal, driving petrol and diesel vehicles, slash and burn farming, open waste burning, energy generation, accidental fires, industrial processes, all of these contribute significantly to global warming, to extreme heat, and also air pollution. If we just look at air pollution alone as a result of all of these activities, according to the Clean Air Foundation, air pollution alone claims 7 million lives annually, more than twice the number of deaths from malaria, tuberculosis, and HIV/AIDS combined. The hardest hit are the poorest communities, particularly babies, children, and the elderly. Now, recognizing these dire consequences, GCISB has been committed to fostering innovation that directly addresses climate-related challenges. So our theme for this year's Incubating Climate Innovation is from ideas to impact. At the Ghana Climate Innovation Center, and let me also add the Nigerian Climate Innovation Center, because my colleague CEO, Bankole, is here, the CEO of the Nigeria Climate Innovation Center, is with us today. We are dedicated to transforming entrepreneurial ideas into impactful climate-responsive solutions. Climate challenges are developmental challenges. Ghana's progress towards becoming a high-income country by 2056 and doubling its per capita GDP in the medium term is intrinsically linked to addressing climate change. So I say again that climate change is inherently a developmental challenge. And in Ghana, the key sectors, the key economic sectors, mining, petroleum, agriculture, and forestry are also the primary sources of greenhouse gas emissions. And specifically, the 4 key sectors account for over 60% of greenhouse gas emissions in Ghana. What that means is that the marginal annual growth in these sectors actually fuels global warming, which in turn exacerbates natural disasters, food insecurity, health risks, poverty, and displacement. These impacts underline the urgent need for Ghana to transition rapidly to a low-carbon economy. So to achieve its economic aspirations, Ghana must address climate change head-on, as this poses a significant barrier to sustainable development. There are significant gains to be made from adaptation, climate adaptation, and climate mitigation initiatives. The key is to identify the policies that maximize synergies between climate and development and to sequence interventions optimally. But we are incubating climate innovation and entrepreneurs at the Ghana Climate Innovation Center. And this morning, we will hear from several climate entrepreneurs, including those from our inaugural cohort in 2017, They will share their experiences of navigating the challenges and the turbulence of climate entrepreneurship over the past few years. We will also hear about the tremendous economic and social impacts that they have achieved, from capital raised, the jobs that they have created, to carbon emissions reduced, and the households that they have reached with green goods and services. And we'll also spotlight our Women Entrepreneurs Transformation Program, which has empowered female entrepreneurs, some of them that are here today, to unleash their potential and drive business growth. It is vital to harness the leadership potential of women in achieving global climate objectives. And GCIC remains committed to fostering the next generation of climate-conscious women entrepreneurs. From the outset, from the beginning, we have been steadfast in our determination to raise and support transformational entrepreneurs and businesses that are capable of addressing the challenges of climate change. We believe that businesses that will go the long haul with their enterprises are those that are led by founders and CEOs who see beyond the euphoria of their novel idea, and they can move on from the excitement and responsiveness of that idea to deliver impact which addresses national problems. And I believe with our keynote today from Desmond and the conversations that we'll have with Aloysius and others, we will see that at this symposium this morning. As an institute of Ashesi University, GCIC's goals align with Ashesi University's mission to raise ethical entrepreneurial leaders in Africa. Leaders with the critical thinking skills, the concern for others, and the courage needed to transform the continent of Africa. This combination of intellect and humanity in leadership is crucial for addressing the global challenges that we face as a global community. Because Africa, despite being the lowest contributor to the global greenhouse gas emissions, has seen significant growth in emissions over the last decade. Africa and other development countries is responsible for 95% of the growth of global greenhouse gas emissions in the last decade. However, by focusing on climate adaptation, our supported enterprises such as the Complete Farmer, enterprises such as Kamoka Coffee, enterprises such as Clatura, Bailey Odu that you will engage with today, will demonstrate that Ghana can turn some challenges into opportunities. So entrepreneurs are tackling climate change, and climate entrepreneurs span a wide range of sectors, but certain sectors offer particularly strong potential for entrepreneurs to play a significant role in mitigation and adaptation. So these include especially agriculture and food systems, energy, environmental and natural sources, those very sectors that I spoke to earlier. Businesses address climate change by promoting mitigation of climate change drivers or adaptation to climate change impacts through either developing and deploying new technologies or facilitating the local adoption of existing solutions. Thus, by adopting a developmental pathway that combines resilience to climate change with sustainable economic growth, Ghana can achieve its long-term goals. Many of you will know about Ghana's NDCs, the nationally determined contributions, and Ghana's proposed NDCs mitigation actions, they focus on energy, forestry, and waste management, with significant emissions reductions expected from sustainable practices. Sustainable forest and urban solid waste management accounts for approximately 1/3 of the NDC's emission reduction target, and an additional 20% is anticipated to come from a range of energy-related actions, including low-carbon electricity generation, clean cooking solutions, and sustainable charcoal consumption and energy efficiency. I'm pleased to say that GCIC entrepreneurs are working in all of these sectors. The proposed NDC adaptation actions focus on resilient infrastructure, urban planning, and agricultural landscapes and food systems. This will require investments in enhanced early warning and disaster risk management, as well as integrated water resource management. To foster social inclusion, Ghana has also prioritized enhancing the climate resilience of women and vulnerable groups, including for health. GCIC entrepreneurs work in all of these sectors. Our work in policy advocacy, supported by partners like Imani, aims to foster a conducive environment for green entrepreneurs by reducing the barriers to their success to support both national and global objectives of averting catastrophic climate impacts. But few incubators have been designed for the needs of climate-focused entrepreneurs, and particularly the dual challenge of inherent in much of the clean tech sector, which is high upfront capital costs and high regulatory uncertainty, especially in the context of developing countries, which often lack strong entrepreneurial ecosystems. A mere 2% of incubators and accelerators worldwide are climate focused. I'll say that again, a mere 2% of incubators and accelerators worldwide are climate focused, despite the climate emergency. As of 2021, there were only 25 climate-focused accelerators and incubators in existence outside of industrialized countries. One such incubator is the Ghana Climate Innovation Center, and banks will not allow me not to say this. Another such incubator is the Nigeria Climate Innovation Center. There is therefore incredible need and opportunity for entrepreneurs to be engaged and to engage around ways to support climate adaptation and climate mitigation. Now, in the words of the song that we've just heard, it's time to teach a new way. It's time to build a new land, for the world won't get better if we just let it be. The rapidly changing climate has dire implications for every aspect of human life. Our current manufacturing and consumer patterns, the food that we eat, the clothes we wear, the homes we live in, the products we use, they all contribute to making our planet warmer. The refrigerant inside the AC units that cool this very room that we're in, our homes, our offices, is a greenhouse gas. Making and washing one pair of jeans emits the same CO2 as driving 69 miles. This kind of manufacturing and consumer pattern begs for climate innovation and breakthroughs in how we live. For we do not inherit the earth from our ancestors. We borrow it from our children. And the eyes of the future are looking back at us. They are praying for us to see beyond our own time. The world won't get better if we just let it be. I thank you for your attention.
Madam Ruka Sanusi and the rest of her team at the Ghana Climate Innovation Center. I think they've done an incredible job, and a lot of what they've been able to achieve, a lot of the milestones in the last couple of years, has been made possible by partners especially in the area of funding, partners like the Global Affairs Canada under the auspices of the Canadian High Commission. So here to give us her address is the Director and Head of Cooperation for the Canadian High Commission. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Kathleen Flynn Dapar as she joins us up here.
Thank you. Ruka Sanusi, Executive Director of the Ghana Climate Innovation Center. Representatives here on behalf of Professor Angela Owusu-Ansah, Ashesi University Provost. Representatives from the EPA, GIPC, and other government agencies, the World Bank and the Bank of Ghana, development partners, entrepreneurs, private sector representatives, friends from the media, distinguished guests, good morning. It is truly a pleasure for me to be here with you today at this year's symposium. In fact, I can't believe it's already been a year. Time certainly flies. For the past 3 years, we have had the opportunity to work with the Ashesi University's Ghana Climate Innovation Center, an organization that supports entrepreneurs in scaling up their businesses and truly bringing their ideas to life. GCIC has done this by breaking barriers, boosting the confidence of entrepreneurs to take on new challenges, engaging policymakers, and by seeking support from renowned experts. Thank you to all the portfolio managers. Your work does not go unnoticed. As I was reflecting on the symposium's theme, Catalyzing Climate Innovations from Ideas to Impact, I realized that while we have made significant strides, the work is not done yet. So how do we get from idea to impact? As entrepreneurs, you have the vision, the drive, and the resilience to turn challenges into opportunities. In an ever-changing world where we face unprecedented challenges that Ruka just outlined for us, your ability to adapt quickly is more critical than ever. Creative, bold, and forward-thinking solutions are needed to navigate the complexity of today's global landscapes. As global temperatures rise, we are seeing firsthand the impact of climate change on natural ecosystems, the livelihoods, and the health of vulnerable communities, and on local and global socioeconomic security and stability. Innovative solutions in renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, and waste management are not only mitigating the effects of climate change, but they're also helping us to adapt and create new, more sustainable markets and job opportunities. Ghanaian entrepreneurs are already making impressive progress. So for example, just last year, through a coordinated effort that included enterprises supported through this program, the use of clean cook stoves throughout the country was significantly increased. Not only did businesses thrive and households benefit from reduced cooking fuel costs, but significant carbon emission savings were made, equivalent to the emissions generated by 327,000 Ghanaians annually. I'm also proud to say that as of today, GCIC-supported entrepreneurs have created 900 new jobs for women and men in the green economy. And as you know, progress doesn't happen in a vacuum. It requires a supportive ecosystem where ideas can flourish. This means a better fiscal environment, government policies, and capital that can bring your ideas to life. Achieving gender equality and empowering women and girls is at the heart of Canada's approach to international assistance because it will drive progress toward achieving all of the Sustainable Development Goals. The role of women entrepreneurs cannot be overstated. Programs like Women Entrepreneurs Transformation Program at GCIC have shown that when women are empowered with the right tools and the right support, they achieve remarkable success. And I know you'll be hearing from some of these women today. The participants in that program have reported success in business negotiations, upscaling, and a greater balance between their work and their personal responsibilities. I believe we can all attest to how transformative the incubation program has been for many of the entrepreneurs in the room today. Ruka spoke about borrowing from our children, and she reminded me of a teaching that we have in Canada from our First Nation populations. And it's not just that we're borrowing from our children, but that we must look ahead 7 generations about the impact of the work that we're doing. And that's why this focus on ideas to impact is so important. As we look to the future, let's remember that the most impactful ideas often come from collaboration. By working together, sharing knowledge, and leveraging each other's strengths, we can create solutions that are greater than the sum of their parts. I'm inspired by the entrepreneurial spirit and the innovative minds gathered here today. Your creativity, leadership, and commitment to solving some of the world's most pressing challenges are what will drive us forward. Together, we can turn ideas into impact and create a brighter and more sustainable future for all. Medase.
Thank you so much, Madam Catalyzing Flynn Dapar. Ladies and gentlemen, in case you just joined us, thank you so much for making time to be here with us today, Incubating Climate Innovation 2024. In case you want to do some social media, post about this event, have people follow us. Please do remember to mention GCIC in most of your posts. The handles are on X, GHACIC, and on Instagram, Ghana CIC. So again, on X, formerly Twitter, GHACIC, and on Instagram, Ghana CIC. So about to kick off with the very first keynote address. And the gentleman I'm about to invite on stage happens to be someone that a lot of people have been looking up to, a lot of people follow, a very inspiring figure. He set up a platform in his early days, co-founded this platform that allows young and old people who have a passion for farming to do so in the comfort of their homes, in schools, wherever they find themselves. All they have to do is just log on and invest in a farm, and it happens for them. They can achieve their dreams of farming from the comfort of their homes. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome the one and only Desmond as he comes up here to give us the official keynote address. He's going to be speaking about investing in climate solutions, mobilizing capital for impact. And once again, he's a CEO of Complete Farmer, Mr. Desmond Coney. A round of applause for him once again.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's really an honor to be here. My story started at GCIC, and so I'd like to first of all thank Ruka for inviting me here. And not just that, I think for many who know, my journey started at GCIC, and it was Ruka that first identified this young engineer with a burning passion and really set me on this path. So thank you very much, Ruka. And thanks to all the donors for their support to making this happen. I think this journey wouldn't have been possible without your support and your vision for solving some of the toughest challenges we face on this planet. So my name is Desmond Coney. I'm the CEO of Complete Farmer. And for this keynote address, thinking through the topic, I decided I was going to tell you a story. And this is the story of Complete Farmer and how it's come to be. And in the story, I'm going to share some of the highlights and insights we've gained along the journey in mobilizing finance for impact. So just as I said, I'm a mechanical engineer. Grew up, my dad was a smallholder farmer. He had a pineapple farm. And I remember growing up, I never wanted anything to do with farming. And so I had to study hard and become an engineer. And my introduction into GCIC was with a biodigester. So right after school, we had built this portable device where you can put your kitchen organic waste into it and you get methane gas for cooking. And through the support of GCIC, we were able to get a patent for this device and also got the support to travel to China to look for manufacturers. I remember at the time, it wasn't possible to go to Timber Market or Swami in Kumasi to build this device. And through their support, we got engineers all the way in Shenzhen, China, and I had the privilege of working with them to try and build this biodigester device. And in China, I think that was where all this journey started for me. And so today, I just want to share that story and how we've pivoted through this and been able to build a business that is being backed by both donors, it's being backed by VCs, and it's also being backed by debt providers as well. So for most entrepreneurs here, I think the startup journey is very similar. For every entrepreneur, you need to figure out the start of your idea. You need to figure out product market fit. And depending on the business you venture into, you also need to figure out what's the business model, how do we make money, or how do you scale? And depending on your business, sometimes scale comes first before making money, or in some cases, you make money before you scale. And I think for most of us, the critical part for us is when we figure out the idea and when we figure out product market fit and how we get financing within this gap. And I think within this gap is where we really, as founders, sometimes fail to fall in love with the problem. So I think the first key insight on my journey was everyone has an idea, but you have to fall in love with your problem. And for us, the problem came when I was in China. During my time in China, I witnessed a lot of manufacturing going on. I was in the manufacturing, working with engineers from China to build this biodigester. But then after 5 p.m., everyone comes out and they wrap all these cardboard boxes, shipping things like selfie sticks to all over the world. And that was where I got the insight for Complete Farmer. And the insight for me was, how do we do this in Africa for agriculture? At the time in China, Alibaba had sparked a revolution in manufacturing. People were turning their factories into manufacturing spaces. So how do you bring that small-scale production to something like agriculture in Africa to feed global supply chains? And that was the problem we wanted to solve. But more importantly, how do you do this whilst paying attention to the climate? Because the agriculture is known to be one of the biggest emitters of CO2 into the environment. And so if you were going to provide a solution at that scale, definitely it should be a problem you think about. And so through that stint in China, we got this spark for Complete Farmer. At the time, we didn't know what the business model was going to be. We didn't know what the solution would look like. All we needed to know was, can we build something like Alibaba to enable farmers farm sustainably and feed global supply chain? And that was the spark of our idea. And I think in all our pivots, we've stayed true to solving this problem. So the first thing that most founders will face is, once you have this spark of idea, you need to figure out, how do I get to product market fit first? And product market fit is very simple. How do I gain retention? How do I create enough value that customers keep coming to me? And this is the difficult part, because during this stage, after you've had your idea, some of the challenges that a lot of early ventures face is the limited capital. Getting the necessary capital to build and get to a point where customers love your solution is oftentimes the biggest challenge that you need to solve. And not just limited capital. You need to figure out the talent you need to build these solutions with. And our Complete Farmer, we had to go through a whole cycle. Now, our business model had changed 5 times. We had pivoted 5 times, just in perfecting it. How do you build the talent? How do you build the talent to build a solution during all that pivots? Because from pivot 1, you may not have the same people for pivot 2 to work on pivot 2. And so how do you manage that? And I'll share some more light on that. Then there is intellectual property. For any solution you want to build, you need to build a solution itself. Intellectual property here doesn't mean something that's patentable, or it's really how you are solving the solution. Is it a platform? Is it a service? Is it a set of processes that you use in building these solutions? And that's also a lot to figure out between this gap when you are trying to figure out product market fit. And I think the last thing is, if you are building, especially in the food space, we had to figure out, how do we ship products to other markets and be able to meet the requirements of those markets. So certification, licenses, these are things that within the agriculture space are things that, or hurdles that we had to face. For others in the fintech space, it's probably getting a license from BOG. And so depending on the industry or the problem you are solving, this is a hurdle that you would have to also overcome. And so for Complete Farmer, we had to figure out how we get to product market fit. And I think the insight we got to figure out all these solutions was, this period for us was a turbulent gap. And oftentimes, if you don't get the required capital or support to be able to close this gap, oftentimes you end up that ideas fail and the business never gets to start. A very clear example is if you take Uber in Ghana. Till date, Uber still takes payment by cash because the payment systems in Ghana isn't well integrated enough for Uber to receive payment automatically. So if you were starting an Uber company, you were going to have to make losses because drivers may not pay you back your commission. And so for most African businesses, we realize often that to cross this product market, to cross this gap to product market fit, there is some level of infrastructure you need to build. At Complete Pharma, this was very glaring to us. So during COVID, we pivoted to our current business model. As Antoine introduced me, we started by being farmers ourselves, and that was our initial pivot. We came back to Ghana from China, and we were getting orders. So we started by mobilizing some orders in China, and we started farming and growing these orders ourselves to supply. And then all of a sudden, these orders kept increasing, and we had to figure out how do we supply this increasing demand that we are facing. And this ushered our second pivot, which was to be more of a crowd farming platform, which I think Antoine introduced us as. And the idea was to be able to feed this growing demand, we needed to get people invested in agriculture to be able to get more supply for these buyers. And then COVID happens. And for many businesses that want to get to scale and impact, the market will always play its own game. And during COVID, when COVID happened, we had to figure out how do we keep operating? Because during COVID, no one was investing in farms. People were very skeptical to put their money in a country. There was a lot of skepticism in the markets. So this ushered our fourth pivot, actually, where we now needed to create a marketplace platform where existing farmers can grow crops to feed the demand that we have. And when we decided to do this during COVID, we started getting a lot of traction afterwards. And this was over a period of 4 years to get to this point, figuring out what is the balance for getting to product market fit. For us, it was a 5-year journey. And even in year 4, we still hadn't figured that out. Because when we did this pivot to become a marketplace, we realized the infrastructure gap. The infrastructure gap for us was we needed to figure out how do we build the assets to make this efficient. If you are working with farmers in the rural areas, how do you get them to, even first of all, be mindful of climate? I'm sure Aloysius will tell you that, look, when you tell a farmer there is climate change, they really don't care about this. All they care about is how do you get them the economic incentive to be mindful of the climate. So if you tell a farmer, change the way you farm because of the planet without any economic incentive, it's very difficult to get this to happen. And so for us to figure out product market fit, what infrastructure do we need to build to be able to get farmers to be farming sustainably and meeting these market requirements? And for us, that was a combination of fulfillment centers. We needed to be close to the farmers, get the machines for them to be able to effectively farm and be able to be more productive and monitor their process. We had to build a platform with a combination of combining satellite technologies, collecting data from these farmers to build the intellectual property needed to cross this gap. And this is very important for, I think, even investors to understand, is because for most African businesses, oftentimes when we go into the funding market, we are approached with the same VC model from Silicon Valley and in other places. And I think what is good to understand here as an investor is every African business is building some level of infrastructure. We've had to build, in some places, wireless area network because there was no mobile telecommunication in these areas to work with farmers. Now, if you tell a VC investor, I'm raising money to go build a wireless area network, it's not giving the returns that they want to look at. And so the funding model for most African businesses need to be looked at. Because it's easy to fund a company and say, go make returns, but without this infrastructure, oftentimes these companies are going to fail. And so for both investors and for founders, we always have to get to a point where we have clarity on how we are solving the problem. So when we start by having an idea as founders, we really don't know what is going to solve this problem. And sometimes I speak to investors, and some investors pretend they know how to solve the problem. And you realize that with the issues of climate change, these are big problems that we all have to figure out. How do we solve this problem? And so it's really good to lead with some curiosity for both parties to arrive at a point of clarity. And even within our own teams, when we started Complete Pharma, within our teams, people were like, why do we need to build this? Why don't we do what this other company is doing? So for both founders and for both investors, getting to a point of clarity on what this business want to do, it's quite important as well. And then the next thing is having that alignment with your stakeholders. So as founders, just like what I'm doing in telling you a story, that becomes your whole life. You keep telling everyone a story to try and get to a point of alignment and trying to convince people your model works, your business model can get this outcome. It's really seeking alignment with all the stakeholders, your investors, your team, your customers, right? So it's very critical that as founders and as investors, we really need to be able to come to a point of clarity and at a point of alignment if we want to mobilize financing to be able to generate impact. And most importantly, what we also realized was the closer you get to product market fit, the alignment becomes stronger. I remember when I started pitching Complete Pharma to investors, people really didn't know what it was. I had to spend about 80% of my pitch educating these investors on what we were building. We had to use similes like, we are building the Amazon for African agriculture. We are building the Alibaba for African agriculture. And even that, they were not convinced. But you realize that after you get your first investment, after you get a certain level of clarity, the more closer you get to product market fit. This could be showing in your traction that you are getting or in the number of users that you are getting. This starts to converge. And that's how, as founders and as investors, I think we know when a business is getting to product market fit. So basically, what is clarity? For us, clarity was when we got to a point where we saw that what we kept doing gave the same results. So this across your business model. How do you acquire customers? Do you have a proven thesis? There are many ways to acquire customers, but do you have clarity on how to get to, if I should say today, I know how to get 1,000 farmers in the next month, that is the level of clarity I need to have on my business. And as startups, we keep pivoting and trying different things to be able to get to this point of clarity. And I explained what alignment was. It's really getting to a converging point where all your stakeholders understand what you are doing. And so in mobilizing finance, these two factors are very important. You would realize that on infrastructure, on the people you need to hire, on your IP you need to build, and on the regulatory hurdles you need to cross, getting that clarity and alignment on each one of those as you move along the journey, it's very, very critical in helping you get to product market fit and mobilizing finance. And oftentimes, a lot of us or a lot of founders feel like, okay, this solution needs to be a VC-backed solution. Oftentimes, what we realized in our journey to crossing this gap was this requires a combination of different financing mechanisms to get to product market fit. And so for founders, we all like to follow the same model. Okay, Complete Pharma raised VC, or Pharmaline has raised this and that, or this company has raised that and that. Oftentimes, we all need to figure for ourselves what is the combination of financing we need to cross this gap. And that becomes clearer once you have more clarity on each of these topics and more alignment with your stakeholders. In our initial fundraise, I spoke to 139 investors. That was for our seed round for Complete Pharma. This was during COVID, during 2020. And only 5 of them said yes. And this was because even for me as a founder, I had not gotten to the point of clarity in convincing these investors. The more I spoke to investors, the more I got feedback on what I need to perfect in my business model to be able to raise the financing I required. And that was an exercise of getting to a point of alignment till I got the 5 investors to say yes. I've heard of entrepreneurs who would have a big idea, a grand solution, and they speak to 2 or 4 investors and they give up. Any founder who has successfully raised funds would have spoken to a lot. And this is because with the fundraising process, you are gaining more clarity and you are also gaining alignment with those stakeholders and investors you are raising money from. And I believe even with other things in life, this still applies. So that was the journey for us. We realized that I had to be able to convince an investor and get them to the point of alignment why I needed to build a fulfillment center as my infrastructure. I needed to get them to know why I need to hire this person to build a talent pool that I need. And for the advice or insights I'll share here is, as startups, some of this infrastructure can be expensive, and you may not have proven yet that you'll be successful. And so to an investor, how do I invest in infrastructure if this startup is going to fail? If you are building a warehouse, this warehouse is going to be probably viable for 50 years. Your business may not be, right? So how do you model this to build the infrastructure that would make it comfortable? How do you do this in a lean way? And I don't mean the lean startup methodology from Silicon Valley. What we had to do at Complete Pharma was to model each of the assets we build to have a quick break even. So for all our fulfillment centers that we were building, it needs to pay for itself within 18 months. And so we had to calculate how much volume and how much performance do we need to get to make sure that these fulfillment centers generate enough throughput such that they can break even within a few months. So that for an investor who is investing in this fulfillment center or any infrastructure, they know that their risk is within a short period of time. So even if you have to build a rocket ship, you need to figure out what level of performance do I need to make sure that the payback period is short. And sometimes this can be very difficult. But this helps you fail faster and figure out what works. Now, for talent as well, you need to know who is right for the role. I started as a mechanical engineer. I had not run a business before. I didn't know what HR was. But I needed to figure out how do I recruit the people that can build this and how do I fire the people that can't. And hiring is the easiest part, as every founder will tell you. It's easy to hire people. You can have a recruitment process, have your interviews. Firing is really difficult. And oftentimes you realize that you hire people, they stay too long, you don't fire them, and they create a lot of harm because you've not been able to do the hard things first. And so with people, what I've realized with people, and this may not apply for everyone, is for every role we've hired to hire, we probably would have to fill that role 5 times before we get the right person to fill that role. And we all hear this advice: fire quickly, hire slowly. It's really important. So now what I do is whenever I hire someone, I mark a 30-day period in my calendar and revisit in 30 days' time, would I still hire the person knowing what I know now? This is very important because people can really make your solution scalable or unscalable. And sometimes we sit with it for too long because we get attached, we get emotional, they become our friends, we get to learn their problems, but really is that helping you get more alignment with your stakeholders? On this, I wouldn't want to give more examples. So you realize that to cross this gap, really, like I said, you need a mix of funding. And it's not everyone that needs to get VC funding, and it's not everyone that needs to even get debt. The insight we got was, if you wanted to build IP which doesn't pay over very soon, try as much as possible to get grants. At Complete Pharma, we needed to figure out, for the buyers we are selling to, how do we get farmers or smallholder farmers to produce crops to meet their specification? We had to build some IP. For instance, you can speak to a Nestle and get an order for soybeans. Soybeans, Nestle will tell you, I want soybeans with this oil content, this protein content, this purity level. Do smallholder farmers know how to get these specifications? We needed to build protocols for that. We needed to collect data on the growing process to be able to inform those farmers what they need to do to meet the specifications of these markets. This is something that was going to be, to give us a competitive advantage in the business, but it's not something we could have financed with VC money. We needed to figure out this solution, and grants were the way to help us build this R&D process and build this intellectual property. So for most times, for the businesses we want to build, if it's intellectual property heavy, figure out what the best funding is for you. For assets and infrastructure, for our fulfillment centers, most of it has been financed by debt. I know a lot of founders don't like going to the bank. I didn't go to the bank either, but there are alternative debt providers who are willing to finance the asset if you can prove a certain performance and payback for those assets. So figure out the assets you need to build to run a successful business and be able to figure out the funding for it. We didn't use the debt to pay our payroll. Excuse me. This debt wasn't used for our payroll. It was really used for the assets. And the returns on those assets was what paid our payroll. Now, VC is really for the payroll, for growth, for hiring more people, for being able to acquire more customers. So when you are taking VC money, it's really to figure out, how do I grow my business? And so you need to know when is the right time to grow your business. Do you have the foundation? Do you have the intellectual property figured out to be able to grow this company? So figuring out the right mix is been what we've been trying to do. And the whole journey of Complete Pharma is trying to arrive at this point of alignment. These are some images of the journey. We started in 2017 when we got back from China, was to build a vertical farming, a hydroponic farming system. We still didn't have the business model in mind. And we went everywhere trying to pitch for VC funding as well, when we really haven't figured out what we have to build and how we have to build it. This is one of the effects. This is when climate change hit us really badly. When we were farming our farms ourselves, we had a flooding episode on one of the farms. This was a 300-acre chili pepper farm. And this was about $400,000 worth of investment. And this is when we knew that, okay, we need to build infrastructure that helps protect farmers from the impact of climate change. I always keep this picture to remind me and make me a bit humble along the journey. And over time, we started building the infrastructure where this was during the crowd farming days where people could, we got big tracts of land, so like 2,000 acres of land, and people could invest in the production and we would actually do the farming for these people. Had to figure out a team. Mostly, we were very young and naive. But the passion was needed to be able to figure out how to get to that point of alignment. This picture was one of the times where we had to swim across a river to get to our farms. And so sometimes on the journey to figuring out what clarity and alignment looks like, what product market fit looks like, it's not a nice journey. I remember this was in Yape in the northern region, and we were going to the farm, and the white Volta had exceeded its bank and came into and crossed the path. And as we swam across, the level of water kept rising. You would even see snakes crawling on top of the water as we tried to get to reach the farm. And so sometimes the journey isn't that pretty, but you need to embrace all the failures. After doing 5 pivots, all those pivots have been able to teach us lessons that we can now incorporate into our business model. And this is where we started seeing success, where we started seeing how we can impact smallholder farmers to grow, in this case, chili pepper sustainably for global supply chain. And this journey took us 5 years to get to this point. Also, some soybeans farmers as well, and the success we've seen. So I'd like to leave you with this story. And just to summarize, everyone can have an idea, fall in love with a problem. The other thing is, as you work towards getting product market fit, always try to determine what level of clarity and alignment you need to have for what mix of funding you need to have at each stage of your journey. Because we all can't finance our businesses the same way. If you were building a pencil and someone was building a car, your funding journey will be different. Figure out the right mix and how you get to a point of clarity and alignment. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Desmond. Tony. Incredible story. And recently, Complete Farmer, I think, launched one of their very first trade centers in the Volta region. So another round of applause for them. Major milestones. It's beautiful to see that it all started with GCIC as well. So kudos to you and kudos to GCIC. We're going to move into the very first moderated discussion. We just spoke about mobilizing capital for impact. We're now going to go into moving from ideas, the vision, into impact execution. To moderate this session, I'd like to invite the Executive Director of GCIC, Madam Ruka Sanusi, to come up to help moderate this session. She's going to be in this discussion with another young entrepreneur who's done a lot for himself, the CEO of Farmline, Mr. Aloysius Atta. If I could invite you to come on stage as well. Mr. Aloysius has also an incredible story. Started 2013 after 15 years in the business as a farmer himself. He identified the challenges, he identified the insight, what farmers needed to succeed, and he decided to go on a path of turning farmers, millions of them, into successful entrepreneurs. So ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for them both. Madam Ruka, over to you.
Is this working? It is working now.
Okay. Yeah, it's working.
Aloysius, it's wonderful to have you here. I'm very, very grateful that you accepted our invitation because I know how busy you are. Aloysius is somebody that I just really met about a year or 2 years ago when he helped us he did a similar to this actually, fireside chat with our male entrepreneurs. And he really gave us a lot of nuggets during that session. And I've just, basically, I've been, what's that word when you follow somebody, but that's it. So I've been stalking him on the internet and on LinkedIn and seeing all the amazing things he's doing, not just in Ghana, but not just in Africa, all over the world. And I think recently, global leader. Right? Yeah, so congratulations. That's big. So thank you again. So we're going to have a conversation around 3 things, really. The beginnings of Farmerline, the business that he founded and runs, And then we're going to move on to the grind, what I call the here and now, where the rubber meets the road. And we'll go on to, getting personal goals, personal growth, and also balance. So I'll start with the beginning, Aloysius. So how did the Farmer Line journey begin, and what inspired its formation, and how easy or difficult was it in the early days to journey from ideation to concept and growth? You gave me the one that works, and you don't have one.
Hello, can you hear me?
Not really.
Hello.
Do you want to take this? Whilst they work it out.
So, Farmer Line, like you asked, like how difficult was the beginning? The beginning was extremely difficult, and even more difficult right now. So it never goes away. I wish someone told me this, that the pain of founding and creating a company, no one told me how difficult it's going to be and how hard it's going to be, even 11 years later. So this was my first job. I went to school in KNUST in Kumasi. Actually, going to Kumasi changed my life when I went there. Finished university 2012. We started the company from a coding boot camp. There was a lady in Accra called Florence Topher. She runs a program called Mobile Web Ghana. It's very similar to GCIC. 2012, it happened on University of Ghana campus. I was doing my final year thesis. I went, and then the idea of Farmer Line came. Why we chose to work on Farmer Line was simply because I come from Ho, grew up in the Volta region. And if you're not in Dadabi or you don't grow up in Accra, you somehow be connected to agriculture, which was my story. So my auntie was a small-scale farmer, and I was supporting on the weekend, right? So that was my story. So we went to the boot camp. They asked us to use all the skills that we just learned. So I was a young coder, so I was building websites on WordPress. WordPress basically just came. It's a tool that makes it possible for people to build websites very quickly. So that was all I was doing. At that coding bootcamp, they taught us how to build for SMS, voice. I got introduced to the business model canvas, which basically meant that you can write your business plan on one page because I'm very lazy. I didn't want to write a 30-page one. The one-page one was very good for me. And we got $600 as the best idea. So that's why we started. That's why I chose agriculture. That's how I got into technology, $600. The name Farmer Line was recommended by one of the participants. I can't remember his name, but the name I came with was Farm Pot. My co-founder came up with Farm Kit. Looking back, those were horrible names. But someone yelled Farmer Line in the crowd, and then we chose the name Farmer Line. So about how difficult it was, the first solution that we built, we thought it was going to be the next Facebook. Build something, everybody uses it, it's all over the world, and then you're going to be the next, Mark Zuckerberg. So that was the idea that we had. When we built our first SMS application and then we engaged our customers, small-scale farmers, we realized that this population that we're working with, you can't make any money if you don't create value first. So at the time, I had no idea what social enterprise was. I had no idea what impact investment was. All this sector was news to me. Never worked for anyone, just knew how to code. So just following the problem, as Desmond said, being in love with the problem and focusing on creating value, that's what got us to where we are. Challenges, happy to go into it down the line, but that's how the business actually started. Thanks.
Thanks, Aloysius. So I'm going to move on, still from the beginnings, but following on from what Desmond said about building a team and the 30-day rule that Desmond has of firing quickly. So what specific skills and core values did you look for then in selecting your core team, and how have those specifications changed as you have grown to a global business?
That actually evolved over time. When we started, the very early people that joined were just our friends. I remember someone was telling me, 5 years into it, someone was telling me, don't work in family, don't hire friends. I'm like, it's working for me. I was in a choir with this guy. In the beginning, it made sense, right? So the first 6 people, the 6 of us, the 2 of us were co-founders, and the 4 people. All those people, one of them was, one of them was my classmate. The other one, I was in the choir. I was in the university choir in Kumasi. So I was in the choir with them as well. So this was just like friends that shared the same passion. It was also cheaper, right? Because we're not paying at the time. We didn't have money to pay salaries at the time. So when we go for lunch, we all have to go and eat together. Near KNUST, there's a woman that was selling rice and beans. We call it gobe. So we have to eat in one bowl so that we can afford
to eat together, right? So at that time, the criteria for selection is skill, passion, and then can we afford it? And also we didn't have money. At the time, like just 12 years ago, now we have a lot of VCs on the continent. It wasn't very common for funders to invest into like Ghanaian businesses. Like people didn't know what to do with us. They were NGOs and they were government institutions. Any other social enterprise were mostly foreigners coming in to found it. So we didn't have any credibility. There was no example, right? So I remember in the very early stages, you have to become like a pseudo activist. When I get an opportunity to be on a panel somewhere around the world, and I don't actually get to talk about Farmerline. I just talk about why they should invest in Africans. Because like I remember I was in a place in Switzerland, I was pitching Farmerline 2016, and then someone asked me, like, where is Ghana? Like, and do you guys build software there? Like, that was a question that a client is asking me, and I knew that, like, to get these guys to pay for software, I'm so far away from that, right? So in the very early stages, like shaping minds and hearts and trying to like align and build credibility for them to back you were some of the like, early, challenges that we faced. And thankfully we don't face those things right now, but they were very critical. So criteria for selecting team at the time was just affordability. At this stage, like of growth, we're growing really quickly, 10 subsidiaries across the continent. The key thing that we prioritize is, we try to use a Real Madrid, who follows soccer here, Real Madrid. They go and they buy the best players in the world, and then they assemble them, they win championship. They are also the richest team in the world. So they focus on, if you're trying to score goals, go get a person who is the best at scoring goals, right? So for me, there was a point where we're like, okay, we're going to hire a lot more Ghanaians, we're going to hire a lot more, but now it's like, hire the person who can do the job best, hire the person who is closest to the problem. So our office in Ivory Coast, there's no Ghanaian there. Everyone is Ivorian. Everyone there has worked in the sector. You must also come, like, for me, you must bring, like, Cristiano Ronaldo, he came to Madrid with championship, like, on his resume. So if you're a salesperson, like, I'm always in a DM of people, like, on LinkedIn, like, do you want to leave your job? Come and work for us. So, so the key thing, if you're a salesperson, you have to demonstrate that, one, you've already engaged our customers, you have existing relationships. So when we are hiring you, we are getting your skills, we are getting also your relationships. So that when you come in, you're hitting the ground running from day one. Like, also because we're in a different position now, we've been very fortunate where we have some resources, so we can pay a little bit than what we're paying. We're paying 50 cedis when we started. Like my first salary was 50 Ghana cedis at the time. So now it's about, can you execute? Do you have the skills? Do you have the existing relationships that we can tap into? And that's what we did in Ivory Coast. We set up a team there. We launched the business last year, and it's almost at the level of Ghana because, one, of existing relationships and also the kind of staff that we have. They just know how to get things done, and that's priority for me. And also they should come from the country because, like, Africa, like, we have a lot of commonalities, but there's also a lot of differences. Language, culture. If I go to Ivory Coast, I used to pride myself in reading rooms and reading energies. When I meet people, Ivory Coast, I'm like useless. I can't do anything. Like, so I'm not very helpful. But if you get someone who understands the culture, who understands the business way of doing things, the labor law is there is very different, extremely friendly to employees. Cost of hiring there is 3 times Ghana. So all those things, you have to keep all those things in mind when you
pushing closer to
yeah.
the problem. I really like that. Yeah, and I think it goes on quite nicely also with what Desmond was saying. So let's move on to the grind and then the here and now and the issues around scaling.
Yeah.
So your business interacts at the global level, and I mean that literally. So operations are in multiple countries in Africa, with multiple languages, like you just said. And fundraising and investments come from largely outside of Africa. So what are the pros and cons of this dichotomy? Maybe the friction versus, the alignment. Or maybe there aren't any pros, I don't know.
Yeah, the pros. So Farmerline works in 2 ways. We have a software platform that we license to food companies, NGOs, and governments. This platform works across 50 countries around the world, 2.2 million farmers digitized. But then we also generate revenue when we finance farmers for fertilizer and when we buy their crops. With that, we are in West Africa. So we have about 10 subsidiaries in total, including a holding company. In West Africa, we buy and sell crops and finance fertilizer and seeds in Ghana, Ivory Coast, and then Burkina. This year we're entering Togo and then Benin as well, in addition. So that's what scale means to us. So on the software front, the pros is that if you build a global business which basically means that people are using it in other countries, you get to earn revenue that is not entirely exposed to, the challenges that comes with earning Ghana cedis, which basically means that, last year, for instance, currency depreciated by 60%, and then inflation went up by 40%. So if you're borrowing from abroad, or like in dollars, and then your entire revenue is cedis, your cost of capital is going to go up 3x. And if that happens, your room to innovate, what you can, how many people you can hire, if you can promote people, it all gets really, really tough. If you have a global business, which basically means you're serving customers outside of Ghana, you can earn some US dollars to offset that. So that's one of the pros. And also, you don't put all your eggs in one basket, right? So if, God forbid, something happens in Ghana, you have other countries to rely on as well. So that's been like the pros for us on that side. The cons are, the cons are plenty. So a few of them. So another thing, most people sleep on Francophone Africa. In my view, it's a big market that we should all embrace. They have the same currency, backed by the euro. People have different views on that, but from a purely business standpoint, it's backed by the euro. So currency depreciation is not as high. Cost of financing there is a little bit cheaper because they charge 1.5 per month as compared to Ghana. The labor laws are the same. They have the same central bank. So if you can, which is I think it's in Togo, with the same central bank. So you can benefit from all those things. If you register in Ivory Coast, you can operate in multiple Francophone Africa countries. The cons with that is that the cost of doing business is just really high. Extremely high. And for me, that took me by surprise. The culture is also a little bit different. I wouldn't go into details, but those who know, it's a bit different. So that's also another thing that it's a con because I just wasn't prepared for it. We prepared for a lot of things. We didn't prepare for everything. That was one thing that we didn't prepare for. Other cons, I'm thinking.
While you're thinking about that, I'm going to stay with the issue of the cons and the global economic outlook and uncertainty in business, because I think that's also perhaps related to cons. I think, generally, uncertainty surrounds all of us, yet business leaders, you must make business decisions even though our external environment may be indeterminate, right?
Yeah.
So how have you, and how do you prepare for uncertainty? Do you always have to anticipate black swans, imagine multiple scenarios, or do we invent our own uncertainties and to allow us to make decisions?
Up until 2019, I was pretty focused on understanding the uncertainties and the macros that happens in Ghana. I was just really obsessed with that. And it's just because you grew up here, so it comes naturally. When COVID happened, it taught me to, also when Trump happened and COVID happened, it taught me to start thinking global, because it taught me how something can happen elsewhere and how that affects you, right? When Trump happened, for instance, we're applying for something with USAID called Development Innovation Ventures. It's called DIF. We're trying to get funding from there. We actually passed, but that same day that we got approved, Trump canceled the budget for the US government. And so first, I used to see whatever he does funny, because all these talk shows make fun of him. When he did that and it affected my pocket, I'm like, oh wow, so that decision can actually affected me. When COVID happened, supply chains, global supply chains, something happened in China, right? We had to switch our business model too. We're not buying crops from farmers up until 2019. When COVID happened, a lot of farmers that we're supporting couldn't sell. They had so much food that we were not selling. I remember we did a crowdfunding, got John Dumelo and all those people to try and get people to support farmers. But we also wanted to do something about it. So then we started buying from farmers. And also when Russia invaded Ukraine, this is something that is so far away from us, but Africa is a net importer of fertilizer. So ammonia and NPK, it comes from those two countries, Russia and Ukraine. When it happened, one of the biggest importers onto the continent is Yara. They have a factory in, I think, Ukraine or so, a big factory. So all the brands in Ivory Coast, they all buy from Yara, they put it in their own sack, they bring it to Ghana. When Russia invaded Ukraine, they bombed the Yara factory, which meant at the same time, that year, the cost of fertilizer went up 3x. We're buying it at $300 per metric ton, and it went to $900 per metric ton. At that year, the consumption of our farmers went down. So I'm giving hypothetical figures. If we're selling 20,000 metric tons a year, it went down all the way to 2,000, like massive decrease. And those who even managed to buy fertilizer applied late. A lot of our food in Ghana comes from the northern part of the country. They applied late. So this is the start of the season now. So people are planting right now in the northern part of the country. Because they struggled to get fertilizer, they applied their fertilizer somewhere in September, which meant stuff like maize, which fit into a lot of our food. Price went up, and I'm sure you all felt it, right? So the weirdest thing and the most difficult thing in my career has been the last 3 years, where what I know, what my parents taught me is that if you face challenges, just work hard. Just work hard. The most incredible thing in the last 3 years is to see that, the more you work hard, the worse things got. It really messed with me personally, it messed with my mental health, messed with my sleep, or just really tough. And, you don't wish down anyone, right? So for me, one thing I've learned, if you're working in impact, there's this phrase that this famous banker, Jamie Dimon, said, build a fortress balance sheet. And I know investors say that also the time, oh yeah, you are worrying us. No matter who you are, if you're build a fortress balance sheet, basically means that have enough cash. Have a business that generates cash. If there's something in your business that is generating cash, double down on that. Because more importantly, if you're an impact company, if you don't have enough cash, if your business doesn't generate enough cash, when the market dries up, like it's happening right now, when inflation goes up, and those things will come, your impact will be compromised. And the reason why companies like us, if you're operating in Ghana, you have to even double down is that, right now as a country, Ghana, we service debt. We took a loan from the IMF. About 70% of our income goes to service debt. So when that happened, a lot of the ICs that were invested in Ghana, giving debt, some of them just shut down. We're in diligence with them. It was so painful. We're 98%, and they're and also they don't tell you, directly that is the country, whatever, they will, investors, if you're an investor in the room, don't do these things, because it's really annoying. They will use all these English words to describe the no, but they don't even say, they just drag you on, and then you realize, okay, that's a no, right? So just know that, through no fault of yours, you can run a good company, build a great product market fit, have customers paying, through no fault of yours, some deranged person invaded another country, and that affected your core revenue, your revenue dropped, so your path to profitability and all those things reduced. At the same time, cost is going up. It's a really, really difficult place to be, right? So macro, scale is great, but at times you can't escape the macros as well. They just happen, and you have to be ready for it.
My colleagues at the back, I can see the timer, but please, I beg your indulgence. Just give us, I think we need to have a longer conversation. Give us another, 7 to 10 minutes. I beg you. Okay, so Aloysius, you've spoken about upheavals and Africa, our continent, our inspiration, and how have you as an entrepreneur and a business leader, despite what you've just told us, having to defend Africa, defend Ghana, even when you're in Silicon Valley, wherever it is, when you're raising money, how have you remained committed to Africa, despite our apparent economic and political upheavals? What drives you to be committed to Africa? Indeed, are you committed to Africa?
Yeah, well, it's very simple. I want to die a legend. That's funny. But also, in all honesty, there's money. There are many problems on the continent, but there's money to be made. There's money to be made. Period. There's a lot of room for impact as well. So for me, I want to be on the ground floor. I don't want to be somewhere and be watching it happen, and then because if you take a bigger look in the history of humanity, this is just a blip. If the history of the world is 5,000 years, Africa has only been in this position for 700 years, right? So it's very tiny when you look at the history of the world. So there were times where we were very powerful. There were times where the richest man in the world was from Mali, and he was bringing scholars from Greece. They'll come to his libraries, Timbuktu libraries, and they'll go and learn. So for me, in my head, this is a cycle. There was a time where the Moors were ruling Spain, and these were black people. There were times where the best architects were building the pyramids in Egypt. There were times where we contributed to finance. We played a big role. And just how, the world superpower at the time, there was a time where the Dutch were the world superpower. There was a time where the British were, now it's America, and now it's China and Russia. So for me, I think of these as cycles, times and seasons. These two shall pass. Well, it will pass, right? But also, it's not going to happen by default. Thankfully, good things are happening. Like I see the signs everywhere. You see an artist like Bernard Boy, who comes to play Queen's Hall when I was in school, plays Queen's Hall to make money, is now filling Madison Square Garden and filling stadiums with a product that was created in Africa. You see a 22-year-old from South Africa make a song, and you are somewhere in London or somewhere, and you hear the music. So for me, that may be music, but these are just signs, and like these are signs for me. Like, there's something moving in the atmosphere, is shaping. And it's not about Africa is going to take over the world, but, we're going to, things will not remain as hard anymore. We used to depend entirely on government for agriculture. Now we have young people, entrepreneurs, creating solutions to support government effort already. So the way I look at it is there's opportunity for impact, there's money to be made. And if you look back to the history of time, there were those before us who did great things that the world benefited in, and we will be part of that as well, hopefully in our lifetime.
Wonderful. I want to now talk about something that is very dear to my heart, issues of balance and wellness and mental health. Because I think you alluded to that, how COVID, the war in Ukraine, everything just had impacts on your business and affected your mental health. So I want to talk about that. How do you protect your well-being and your mental health in the midst the responsibility of your work? So for instance, I know that you have a business coach. Is Liz here? Yes, she is. Thank you for all the work that you do. Yes, so tell us about all of that and balance and the struggles and all of that. But the good things as well, so that we can have hope, right?
Yeah, so it starts with we have a very good team at Farmerline. We demand a lot from people that work at Farmerline. If you ask them, everything is results-driven, task-driven. It's really intense. So, and we have good people. So, and I know often the founders are talking about the work, but we have over 100 people that are doing amazing work. So that makes it easier. Personally, I have a therapist that helps me a lot. And I have a coach, Liz. I've been working with Liz for 6-7 years. And the beauty about a coach like Liz is that she doesn't tell you what to do, right? She doesn't tell you what to do, helps you, especially when there's crazy happening in your brain, helps you to let go of all the noise and focus on what is important. And another thing also, she tells you the truth. She's not afraid to tell you the truth. So if I'm screwing up, if I'm doing something that is bad, she can tell me that actually you are wrong here, and I've seen that as well. So having a coach that understands the business, understands the company, has the trust of most of our key staff, for me, has been incredibly helpful. And obviously, our board as well. We have a very good board, from ARAF to FMO and Oiko Credit. Our board members do sales. When we finish our board meeting in January, they're like, can you give us our sales targets? And we do give, we didn't give the target, they are my bosses, right? But they ask for sales target and they open doors for us, right? So we are able to get into many rooms around the world because we have our board members that are working day and night. So those things has made it a little bit easier.
Yes, and I can attest to the value addition of having therapy and having a coach. All of those I have myself, and also having a very an amazing board, which we also do at the GCIC. And I know that Desmond as well, right? It's just to make when you talk to the best of leaders, they don't joke with wellness, right? Sleep, nutrition, therapy, a coach. Some startup entrepreneurs will tell you, oh, what would a coach tell me? Well, that's why you are where you are, right? So thank you, Liz, for all the wonderful work that you do with Aloysius and the team. I think second to the last question, I want to touch on trade-offs. People often talk about the willingness to make trade-offs. And what sacrifices and/or key decisions have you made to get you where you want to be?
Yeah, plenty. A lot. And I'm sharing this because I wish people told me, how we glorify founders, we should talk about the trade-offs. So, also a lot of personal, right? There's the mental health portion, there's the loneliness portion. This is going to be a bit morbid. I went to raise money. My dad was sick, and I was helping him. And then I got an opportunity in San Francisco to go raise money from funders. And I'm like, hey, I'm going to be back. I'm going to raise that money. The moment I landed in San Francisco, he died, right? And I spent like 3-4 years, like, this is really morbid. I'm sorry. I don't want to make anyone sad. And I don't feel sad for me. It's in the past, like 6 years ago. That was really painful. And you live with that every day. And you wish, if you are someone like me who, entrepreneur, you want to do things, you feel like you want to do something about it, but like, you have to live with the pain. So that's one. And then I was like, you marry late, right? Well, some people succeed in having their personal life figured out. My personal life, there was a point in time where family life was everything. If you asked me to go to Afghanistan today, well, now I'll not go to Afghanistan, but there was a point in time where if you asked me to go to Afghanistan to go and start family line there, I'll pack my bags and go. Right, that was number one. Like, because it was number one thing in my life. It's no more than number one thing in my life. It's no more because, now, like, my sister, my nephew, my nieces, my mom, like, just spending time. So my personal relationships really suffered. Like, there was a point where I don't even get invited to anything at all. Because everyone assumes I'm not in the country. Like, you as well? Just me. I don't get invited for any weddings. And it sucks because, like, you see your friend, your close friend from university, and then they get married, and I'm like, wait, why didn't you invite me? Oh, I thought you. I'm like, I'm still here, There's that portion. And then Desmond spoke about tough decisions. Like, we've worked, Family has been around for 11 years. We have a lot of people that has worked for us. We've also fired a bunch of people. That doesn't make you popular. Right? Like, if you fire people, their girlfriends hate you, their husbands hate you, their best friends hate you. You can go to a place in Accra in a bar, and some people are pointing at you with like a mean look. And you have no idea who they are. But like, and I'm like, now when I see them, like, oh, there's a chance someone I fired, friend's brother is angry. So you have to be ready with that. Like, people don't say that part. Especially if you start a business with, like, I started a business wearing my feelings on my sleeve, where I go into the company and I wait for validation and love from my employees. And when we started scaling, when we started holding people accountable, that default love goes away. Right? So then it becomes lonely because you're making a bunch of, tough choices. When we also started Farmer Line, we were winning awards in the very early stages. We're the pride of Ghana. Everyone was universally applauding for us. And I fell for that trap, and I got used to it. When we raised money, started growing faster than most people wanted us to grow. We started having, like, a lot of hate. And Ghana, when people hate you, they mean it. Like, in many ways. People directing, like, there are some organizations that we can never get funding from for no reason because, like, someone there just, like, it's like, you're growing too much, we don't want to support you. Like, that's just, like, the reason. That I wasn't prepared for, right? I remember when we raised our round, one of our investors said, like, do you really want to announce this round? I was naive. I wanted the applause that comes with the LinkedIn applause and the Facebook applause. Everybody saying congratulations. I wanted it because I was young, and I did it. That didn't help us. Every service provider increased their services, like, their cost of doing service because they, someone would say, hey, let's go for lunch or dinner. They would have a nice dinner. Oh, by the way, we've increased our bill from $2,000 a month to $3,000. I was like, why? They said, now you can pay. The number of people who ask you for loans also increases. So these are things that, like, people don't prepare you for. I'm only sharing it because I hope that this prepares people. There's a lot more, and I'm happy to share one-on-one, which I can share on the stage, obviously. But yeah, there's just a lot of challenges for sure, and it's still there.
I have one more question to ask you, but I just want to tell the audience about the partnership that we have with the Farmer Line and the Systems Organization. And I think this speaks to the heart of who Aloysius is, and his compassion and how he combines intellect with humanity. So, okay, I thought it was coming to me. Okay, so sometime last year, we had a conversation really about the fact that Ghana is fed by small farmers, right? And yet we face so many challenges, day-to-day challenges. I mean, look at that picture that Desmond showed us about the flood, the access to finance, all of these things are happening. And with our incubator, we're working with people who are largely very well educated. Everything we do at the School of Entrepreneurship, our policy work, our advocacy work, and storytelling is, targets a particular kind of person, right, that can imbibe all the innovation a network of 12,000 smallholder farmers. And I'm really pleased about that because I really feel that incubators and accelerators can be unintentionally elitist, right? And we love to say, oh, Desmond is with our incubator, he was in cohort 1, he raised 10.6, he was KNUST. Some people are also doing great things. They didn't go to KNUST, maybe they didn't go to university, and they still need our support. So we're really glad that we've been able, thanks to Global Affairs Canada, and for actually also accepting our proposal. And we're happy to work at that bottom of the pyramid level. You can give us a round of applause. So, actually, I want to ask two questions. The first one is, who is and who was your greatest inspiration?
Before I answer that, just quick shout out to Ruka and her team for being open. Now, honestly, the idea came up late last year, and then we made it happen. Late last year, we started talking again, Q1, and now we are supporting 12 agri-businesses and 12,000 farmers. Agri-businesses, they play a very big role. The small mom and pop shop that sell fertilizer and all that, they are often forgotten. And when we shared the idea with Ruka, she and the team, they run with it. Not every organization can do that. So you just clap for them for doing that. And then also to Global Affairs Canada for also being open to that. For us, this is our second time we benefited from Global Affairs Canada. The first one was through an organization called MEDA, the Mennonite NGO. They were our first partner in northern Ghana 12 years ago. They gave us our first contract, $25,000. And, we are still very close to them, still work with them. But so thank you all for the work that you do. Sorry for putting you on the spot. Yeah, the question about...
inspiration. And then you can tell us your favorite quote, and then we can stop.
Okay, inspiration and favorite...
talk forever, right?
Yeah, I can talk all day. Inspiration, I try to learn from most things and most people, right? So, there's a basketball player called Steph Curry that I like. As a human being, he has a proper family life, good wife and kids, and I hope for that. And he's also very good at his craft. He changed the game, right? But he's also very humble. So I really like in defeat, right? So someone is I'm going to punch you. So for me, those are the things I learned from those things. I'm also a student of history. I like to learn. For instance, right now, my biggest mentor from afar is Asante Hene. He doesn't know, I've never met him before. Just the way he moves, right? Just the way he moves, and just paying attention to the history of the Asantes, what they've done, what he's doing. He came to Accra to set up a scholarship fund for guns. When the last time an Asante Hene has visited, for me, the way he's moving, for me, it gives me hope that, we are now, in terms of leadership for the entire country, we are not just relying on just the politicians. Our kingdoms and monarchs, who used to be very powerful, when Africa was very powerful, it was because the monarchs were strong. So for me, those things, so I learn from that. I learn from basketball, football. Anyone that's doing anything great, I want to learn from. I learn from LeBron James, just the way he takes care of his body. I don't take care of my body like that, but I'm hoping one day I can, at least in my head, I feel like I'm getting closer. So yeah, that's just like that. And about quote, my favorite quote is, for me now, my quote for the next decade is that this is a decade of abundance. And what that does for me is it takes my mindset from the lean mentality of trying to compete and fight over small to making it bigger, making the pie bigger. And another one is nothing good happens by default. If you want to do great things that last, they never happen by default. It takes collaboration, it takes deliberate thinking, and it just takes knowing that there's nothing new under the sun, right? The packaging and the messaging may be different, but if you look at the history of time, there's nothing new under the sun. So for me, if I want to get better at something, I literally just go and look at history. When has this actually, and now we have ChatGPT, you can actually do a lot of research. When has this happened before? And then just learn from that. Let me tell you where I got the confidence to scale into West Africa. When I found out that Togo, first of all, there was no borders. There was nothing like Togo 400 years ago. And people who couldn't even speak the same language were trading with each other. There were traders coming from Egypt, coming down to Accra. We're doing business with each other already. And beyond this tech industry, The market women, like my mother, used to take a trotro and go to Nigeria, buy goods, and come and sell in Ghana. We were already collaborating before, after. All of this with, like, local people found a way to scale solutions. I'm like, why? So then I went to Togo, and then I realized that Togo, I couldn't speak French, but everyone there spoke my native language ever. Parts of Benin, they spoke my native language ever. So for me, that's where the confidence came from. Just, if you declutter all the branding, the packaging, the lines, the fake borders, and everything that is created, we realize that there's a lot more that we can learn from each other. There's a lot more that we can learn from history. Thanks.
Aloysius, it has been wonderful talking to you. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Aloysius Atta, the CEO of Farmline, and of course, Ruka Sanusi, the Executive Director of the Ghana Climate Innovation Center. So practical and very open as well. I mean, we've been hearing Russia and Ukraine from our government for so long, but he made it so understandable, so clear, and I'm sure everybody's leaving here understanding how exactly that war affected us. But thank you, man, thank you. The Incubating Climate Innovation Symposium that we're at right now is supported by Ashesi University, which is the parent organization of the Ghana Climate Innovation Center. So at this moment, I'd like to invite the Dean of Ashesi, Dr. Abdul Mahdi, to come up and give us his address. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good morning. Executive Director of GCIC, Ruka, Kathleen Flynn, Dapar, my boss, Harriet Emisata. I'm really excited to be here. This is one event that I always make sure that I make, and it's amazing seeing, familiar faces and the excitement from everybody here. Thank you very much. I want to also use this opportunity to thank Ruka Sanusi and the GCIC team for an outstanding leadership in organizing this forum, and thank Global Affairs Canada for the support. Thank you very much. Ashesi has always been keenly interested in the environment and how society can conduct its business in an innovative manner that is conscious of the environment. We built our campus with stones dug up from the very premises we are on. We harvest rain for our water system. We treat wastewater and reuse it to water the gardens on campus. For almost a decade, we have used solar to meet 15 to 20% of our yearly energy needs. A dedicated outfit for climate change-related work was a major step in advancing our efforts around sustainability. That's why in 2015, we collaborated with the World Bank and Dutch Development Agency, SNV, to launch the GCIC. The center is serving as a vehicle for promoting innovation that enables our society to respond creatively and effectively to the climate crisis. We've continued that work under Ruka's able leadership because we appreciate that if we are going to be an institution that will live up to its mandate of catalyzing the process towards a flourishing Africa, then we must deepen our work in addressing the climate crisis. Accordingly, the work of responding to the climate crisis is one of the 6 pillars around which we have anchored our strategy for Ashesi's 3rd decade. What do we hope to see? Through the leadership of the Climate Innovation Center, we hope to be a convener of diverse stakeholders who explore various responses to issues of climate change. We hope to be an enabler of innovative products and services that would address climate change while creating jobs and sustainable wealth. And we hope to be advocates for policy interventions that incentivize individuals and organizations to be responsible actors cognizant of climate change and its impact. In the middle of the 2000s, the British government commissioned a study about the economic dimensions of climate change. Sir Nicholas Stern, the renowned British economist, in his report after the study, shared some rather concerning projections. Amongst others, Sir Stern reportedly predicted that large parts of Africa are at risk of being submerged underwater if we do not deal decisively with climate change. Not too many people on the continent may have paid attention to an arcane report by a British government advisor. Today, however, climate change cannot be ignored as it effects stare us squarely in the face. Across southern Ghana, farmers in agricultural enclaves like Ahafo and Sefi are dealing with irregular rainfall patterns and other dramatic changes in the weather. Production of food crops like grains and vegetables is not enough to meet local needs. This year, Ghana's expected cocoa harvest of less than 500,000 tons will be the smallest in 22 years. Yes, illegal, artisanal, galamsey, call it what you want, is one factor for our falling cocoa production, but we cannot discount changes in climate that induce disease and pest problems. What are the improved varieties we can develop to better cope? What farming practices can be implemented to address these challenges? Hopefully, the Climate Innovation Center and its partners can inspire solutions. Elsewhere, weak infrastructure and a poorly planned built environment mean a few days of continuous rain, and Accra is drowning in floods. When there is high rainfall like what happened June 3rd, 2015, we lose lives and billions in property damage. Ghana Ministry of Works and Housing estimates that we need $5.6 billion to improve Accra's infrastructure to better cope with the climate change. This is a big tax. But the IFC also reports that there will be up to $29 trillion in funding available for funding sustainability-related innovations by 2030, such as smart cities, sustainable mobility, renewable energy, etc. This means it's not really all gloomy. But how can we develop bold paradigm-shifting innovations that can attract funding for the important job of building 21st century infrastructure in Africa? Now we know Ghana is not the only place dealing with the impact of climate change. As Sir Nicholas Stern noted, climate change is an economic externality of global dimensions. On this continent, though, at least, how can we work with each other to develop innovations that can be useful at scale and not just in our immediate communities or countries? This is why we are excited about the work Ruka and the team are doing and why Ashesi backs the Climate Innovation Center fully. I hope today's deliberations will be another step towards wilder ideas, deeper connections, and stronger partnerships towards a flourishing, climate-resilient Africa. Again, thank you for having me, and I look forward to more exciting and engaging conversations as we just did earlier today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, the Dean of Ashesi University, for the support they've been giving GCIC and this specific event. Dr. Abdul Mahdi, thanks again. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go straight into our very first strategic dialogue. Our panel strategic dialogue is going to last for 30 minutes. It's going to be very, very impactful and insightful. Please do stick around for it. For this panel discussion, we have two of our panelists who are joining us via Zoom from the US. It's still quite early there, so I'd like to thank both of them for sticking around and joining us now. I'd like to introduce first off Christina Stanton. She's the co-founder and COO of Climate Resilience for All. And Christina, if you can hear me, just say a quick hi so we know you're there. Okay, while we wait for Christina to join in, we also have Madam Dora Insua Kujo. She's the lead governance and stakeholder engagement and a senior environmental specialist at the Climate Investment Fund, World Bank. She's also joining us virtually. Madam Dora, if you're on the line, just say a quick hello, a quick hello, a quick hello. Great, wonderful. Great, wonderful. Here with us, we have Kwabna Osueje. He's the managing partner and chief investment officer for Third Way Capital. A round of applause for him as he joins us on stage. We also have Amat Jampo, the co-founder of Scale Up Africa and Impact Investing Ghana. Thank you for making time to join us. And our moderator is from our sister institution, the Nigeria Climate Innovation Center. He's the CEO, Mr. Bankwele Oluron Toba. And he'll be moderating the panel. Oh, here, perfect. Over to you.
Thank you so much, everyone. And it's quite a pleasure to be here. A round of applause for all of our panelists, and fantastic job for the MC. You know, when you're used to hearing Climate Innovation Center and it's your country that is being called, and then you come somewhere else and you hear Ghana Climate Innovation Center, and you're wondering, what exactly is going on? But then thank you, Ruka, for always watching out for us. So we're here to have a conversation, right, on vision to reality and incubating climate solutions. And, you know, the conversations are very simple. It's nothing out of the ordinary. We're not going to ask you about nuclear, proliferation in Nigeria, or rather, across the world, but rather around the work that you've done, in this space. It is very important that we build climate innovations in Africa. I mean, that's the future. There is nothing we can do to create a sustainable green economy if we don't build a pipeline around how this green economy works. But in creating a pipeline, there are a lot of challenges, right? And many of you face it, in the course of your work. And so if you permit me to start with Dora, Dora, I will start with you, and you will help me, or rather the rest of the group, understand that within your work, what sort of climate innovations, have you found to have meaningful impact, and what have you done about it, around financing?
Colin, can you confirm you can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I hear a bit of echo, but I hope it's just at my end, so you can hear me perfectly. Excellent. Thank you so much. And I'm really delighted for this opportunity to join you. I'd like to start by duly acknowledging Sanusi, who has been a champion for youth-led climate action. I was quite honored for an opportunity for her to support the launching of what we call our Climate Investment Fund's Youth Fellowship Program last October in Ghana. So greetings, I'm Sanusi, and again, thank you so much to your wonderful team. Joining you from Washington, D.C., I work with the Climate Investment Fund. It's one of the largest multilateral climate funds with nearly 12 billion pledged. We accelerate climate action in over 70 developing countries, of course, one of which is Ghana. And let me also say that Nigeria has also been a beneficiary by providing low-cost funding for pioneering climate development solutions. And our delivery model is that we work through the 6 multilateral development banks. For Ghana and Nigeria, for example, we work with the World Bank, the IFC, and the African Development Bank in delivering interventions on the ground. Let me give a very quick example. For example, we facilitated a 9 billion energy revolution in Brazil with just 70 million in catalytic funding for energy integration. supported the construction of one of the largest concentrated solar power plants in Morocco. We have also supported and led a solar energy revolution in India. Countries seeking financing support from the climate investment funds like Ghana actually submit proposals which are evaluated on some key pointers, which I also heard some from my the head of the Ashesi University. Key areas of reducing greenhouse gas emissions, enhancing climate resilience, leveraging additional financing, and aligning with climate strategies. And approved projects receive concessional financing, technical assistance, and capacity to ensure successful design and delivery. For the Climate Investment Funds, as one of the multilateral climate funds, we really hammer on to ensure sustainable development. They also are key in investments and promote significant environmental, social, and economic benefits. Let me quickly dive in after having given you a quick insight of what the Climate Funds is about. Our inclusive business model engages diverse stakeholders, including local communities, youth, and vulnerable populations to ensure that resilient climate solutions are implementable and sustainable. And for example, we prioritize investing in young people and local communities. Consulted with hundreds on these consultations. We've supported one of the flagship projects called the Youth Adapt Solutions, what we call the Youth Adapt Challenge. And here we organized that event with the Global Center on Adaptation and the African Development Bank, supporting grants and incubation of youth-led enterprises, with 50% of winners being women-led. These initiatives motivate entrepreneurs like we had in the room to tackle urgent climate issues with innovative and replicable ideas. Very simply, in 2021, one of the winners was actually called the Global Farms and Trading Company Limited from Ghana. And they're working to increase food security and alleviate poverty, conserve biodiversity, and safeguard ecosystems through conservation agriculture. And in 2022, we also had that privilege of supporting through the Youth Adapt program, another initiative from Ghana, which is called the West African Feeds. This is Ghana-based. We received funds to leverage tropical insect farming waste, transformational projects around the globe, and driving these initiatives fostering innovation, be able to transform, bring about that whole concept of transformational change, and can help to scale and replicate impactful climate solutions globally, led not just by seasoned, or should I say, big organizations or big companies, but by innovative solutions, just as is being driven in the room this morning. Let me stop there and pass it back to you. Thank you very much.
Dora, that was quite insightful. So it is safe to say that you deal with both large infrastructure projects and as well, you can also support mid-sized organizations that are also, building capacity and building early-stage businesses.
3 is sustainable supply chains. 4 is consumer and societal value, i.e. are they making good products and services that are beneficial to society. But the 5th one is resource stewardship. So to what extent is this business being a good steward of the land, the water, the air resources that they have? Now I say that because so every company that I look at and every company that I invest in has to tick all 5 of these boxes, right? And that's generic, irrespective of what industry they're in. On the flip, so this is at the micro level. On the flip side, when I look at every business or every business that comes to us, there are certain macro impacts that I'm looking for. And in setting up our macro impacts, what we did is when we're setting up the fund as part of our investment thesis, we took a step back and said, okay, what are the 5, because we're a sector agnostic investor, but what are some of the themes that will inform the growth and development of the continent over the next 2 decades? And we came up with effectively 5 things. One is the continent across the board, we need to export more value-added products. So export is one key pillar. The second is we need to import less, and so import substitution is a second pillar. The third is we need to become more formal and digital, so digitization and formalization of sectors across the continent. The 4th is private social services, and so healthcare, education, housing, because we understand that government resources will be limited over the next few decades, perhaps even longer, to be able to meet the needs that exist in these spaces. And then the 5th and final one is the green economy. And so how that differs from what I said earlier is I'm looking at the green economy as an area of value creation specifically. And so how that differs from resource stewardship, which I talked about as one of the micro impacts, is every company that I look at must tick that resource stewardship box. And yet I'm also looking at climate innovation, the green economy, as a pillar of opportunity where I can actually find investment opportunities. And so to give you an example, the most recent company that I looked at, which was very exciting, was a company that was looking to recycle fabric here in Ghana. They can't recycle it back into clothes, but they can make carpets out of it. And what I like about a business like that is it's really looking at, because oftentimes we see models where it's basically we're lifting a model from elsewhere, it doesn't have local context, and so it's challenging to implement here. But when I see the volumes of fabric waste, most of us know the challenges we have with that. This is an area that, frankly, we probably have some competitive or comparative advantage. And so if somebody says, hey, what I want to do is I want to take that waste product and turn that into a product that I can then market, that is of interest to me. So all of this to say, when I look at businesses, yes, I'm looking at their ability to, I look at, climate innovation, I look at that from 2 lenses. One, just being able to take care of our resources in a responsible way, in a sustainable way, but also as an investment opportunity where indeed we can actually make money. Yeah.
So if I quickly throw a follow-up question, out of 10 businesses, how many have ever met that checklist?
So for the first criteria, the answer is you have. If you don't meet that criteria, we're not investing in you.
Okay.
So it's a pretty simple list. The first one is job creation. Are you creating jobs? Mm-hmm. The second thing is economic agency. What that means is, to what extent are people that were previously marginalized in the economy being now able to participate in the economy because of the activity? So that might be, we're intentional about employing women. We're intentional about creating jobs in rural areas. That sort of thing. Consumer and societal value is saying, okay, are you making products that are wholesome for society, as opposed to say, we're a tobacco farming business, for example. The last be sustainable value chains. How do we make sure that nobody's getting fleeced and everybody's getting a fair shake of this? And then finally, take care of the water, the land, and the air. So I think that's a pretty, if you're not doing that, I don't know that you're an impact opportunity. So that's how we look at it.
All right, great. But I'll come back to you again, and then we'll look around all the different challenges you have in finding such kind of business. And let me come to you, Christina. CRA, Climate Resilience Africa, right? for all. Tell us how your work have really supported entrepreneurs, particularly in Ghana and also in Africa.
Sure. Well, let me just say thank you so much for having me. It's just a pleasure to be here at this event. Sorry, there's a bit of an echo, so I'll have to ignore that on my side. I also wanted to give a big shout out to Ruka. I am, people may not know, but I'm one of the presidents of her fan clubs. I just adore her. And I would say that, I am one of the co-founders and the COO of Climate Resilience for All. We are a nonprofit that launched about 9 months ago. We are focused on adaptation. And within that, really extreme heat and all of the impacts around it. And we're really looking to protect people and their livelihoods from extreme heat. And I've spent my career in the climate space, really working, with my passion is, I would say, helping organizations grow and mature. And I love the entrepreneur space. There's so much energy here. It's fantastic. And when it comes to entrepreneurs, I think what I wanted to share was the work that we just are announcing right now. We announced the early results of a program yesterday. We launched a program in Dubai at COP called the Women's Climate Shock Insurance and Livelihood Initiative. The long name, we just call it WCS for short. It's the world's first initiative that's combining an insurance product, cash assistance, and we're developing an early warning system. And it's to help women in India, because we're
livelihood and how the impact of climate also affects, all that has to do with livelihood and income earnings, right? Great, thank you. So over to you, Amma, Scale Up Africa. So tell us, Ruka mentioned something around not trying to be elitist, which again, you don't blame us at the Innovation Center. We try to look for, people that can speak English a lot. But now looking at local communities, right? Can you help us understand how you see the role of local communities in, building and also implementing climate solutions?
Okay, thanks so
Through
much.
your work personally, yeah. Definitely.
Thanks so much. So I work with Scale Up Africa and Impact Invest in Ghana. So two organizations, institutions that have been built to really tackle entrepreneurship challenges in local communities and also nationally and regionally and continentally. So I think I just want to set the stage for that particular conversation. So drilling down to communities, they know the issues that they're facing. We've had a lot of engagement with donors and local communities in terms of building up capacity of cooperatives, associations, women's groups, climate groups, youth groups, all of which are hyper-local. Rewinding back to COVID, the need was very acute, as you can imagine. So, we really reached out to communities to understand what their needs are. And I think that's where the first step always happens, just really engaging, really deeply listening to what communities are experiencing and drilling down to the issues on the ground. And you find commonalities, of course, but it's really about understanding the needs and listening and engaging with stakeholders and understanding where to start planning from. And I think that's where you understand how to design programming or interventions that can support communities. And we also, obviously, from COVID learned that we need more localized economies to thrive, right? Like we saw the border issues, we saw how much, the cost of shipping shot up from the fact that, the shipping container situation was just really having a knock-on effect on just shipping globally. So Kwabena, you mentioned, import substitution as a huge opportunity for job creation, for more sustainable localized economies. So these are all things that, hark back to community engagement. And I think that's something that we're very keen on, and we're very focused and laser focused on social and environmental outcomes. So I think that's, that's where we need to start.
A quick follow-up question. Do you support indigenous solutions, like very traditional solutions?
100%. I mean, that there is an issue with commercialization of some of these things, but you find a lot of amazing research that's just on the shelf in some maybe local institution, or, it's just not being used because they haven't had that commercialization support. So that's something that we do at Impact Invest in Ghana. We have a collaborative and an industrialization and commercialization collaborative, which really seeks to figure out who's innovating locally, who may have some papers or some patent pending potential that we can help develop with the Ministry of Science and Technology. And so I think that's something that we definitely encourage locally.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. A round of applause for Amma, please. So in the course of your talk, your conversation, some keywords I picked was about listening to local problems, trying to understand what the pains are. We know that the bulk of our solutions in Africa are pain-backed, right? And so you like to listen to more of local solutions. So let's go on the second round, and we're going to do that quickly, probably in about 2 minutes for each person. And so I start with you again, Dora. There's so much talk at the top on climate finance, right? And there's so little drawn down. So can you help us, in the course of your work, how have you been able to manage the challenges of helping local businesses or mid-small size businesses access the kinds of global funds that CIF might have or CIF partners also might have?
You can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Thank you.
I mean, there's a point here around global heat, right, and its impact on productivity. Can you help us share some insights around the work you do, and also around rising temperatures and entrepreneurs and productions as well, or productivity rather? No, you can't hear me, can you? All right, great. So but it doesn't matter. But that's why we're here. So can you help us understand what do you do with them, even if they are not up to that 5-point agenda that you listed?
Right. So the good thing is that for investors such as Third Way Capital, we are set up specifically to invest in early stage businesses. And so the fact that a business is early stage is in itself not a reason to turn them away. That being said, there's early and then there's you were born yesterday.
That one.
Right. And if you were born yesterday, and indeed some of the things that Desmond was talking about, you haven't quite established, product market fit, we have a challenge there, right? So the way I think about it is, you come to us post proof of concept,
okay,
and we help you with proof of scale,
okay,
right? The other thing is, for us, because we're not, like I said, the biggest check we'll write is $1 million. So it's very difficult for us to take technology risk.
Okay.
Okay. For a number of reasons. But if the technology is proven, either locally or elsewhere, then you're well on your way. But if this is new technology, and reason be, the type of money we're putting out is not best used for R&D, right? And if I give you $500,000 and you know what, it's not the right technology, guess what? We'll run out of money before we figure out what the right technology is. And so I probably can't take that type of risk. On the other hand, the other challenge we have sometimes is you have businesses that come to us and they say, hey, for example, effectively they are like a solar packager. So they're selling solar solutions to homes or businesses, okay? Because I'm looking for high growth businesses, right? There as well, I have a challenge because ultimately what you're doing is, it's a commodity. It's become commoditized. People can install solar panels and batteries. So I probably won't do that business either.
Okay.
So what we're looking for is, if you're coming to us and I can see innovation around the business model, right, without necessarily seeing innovation around the technology, because that's been sorted out. Those are the types of businesses that I can back. And then the other thing is that generally you have people who come to you with, say, mobility businesses and what have you. We are very honest with ourselves and we look at it and say, there are people that are better placed to fund certain businesses, right? They've done it before, they've done 5, 6, 7 sort of like mobility plays, they understand the technology. And we're more than happy to point you in that direction, okay? Because these tend to also be very high ticket investments, okay? And so for us, I would say, yes, those are some of the challenges. The last thing, I would say is, we're also looking for businesses that are solving a clear local problem, right? And so, for example, plastic waste is a huge issue in Accra. And I'm looking for businesses that can really address that problem and say, how do we tackle this particular issue? So yeah, those are some of the things that we're looking for. And then finally, unfortunately, I don't think that we are using policy as best as we can to drive behavioral change, right? These days, Never mind in Europe, even on the continent. I can't tell you, outside of Ghana, everywhere I go, and I'm not sure if Nigeria is doing the same, probably not, but outside of Ghana and Nigeria, everywhere I go, they are discouraging the use of plastic bags, right? I can't go to a supermarket and get a plastic bag. Not here in Ghana. Come right in, here's your plastic bag. Would you like 5? And those are some of the things that then make it difficult for me to say, okay, you know what, why don't I'm funding a business that is, producing paper bags.
Yeah.
Because it's 20% cheaper, 20% more expensive.
More expensive,
20% more expensive. And policy isn't driving behavior in that direction, consumer behavior in that direction. So in terms of challenges, that's where they are. But to the extent that you find you have a business that is looking to prove scale, but has already proved concept, and doesn't need more than $1 million USD, and is solving a really local problem, let's have a conversation.
All right, thank you. Round of applause for Kwabena. And I can tell you for free that
plastic, nylon, or leather, as we call it in Nigeria, is a big problem for everybody. You're not the only one in this issue. And let me come to you, Ama. Gender perspective, Ama. Getting women in green business is a big problem. Getting women in innovative business is a big problem. Ama, please tell us, what do we need to do to get more women?
Problem?
Oh.
It's not a big problem. Women are everywhere.
Look, on a scale, I will tell you as an incubator, and I've been doing incubation for 10 years, I can tell you for every time you do a call for entry, you're like going to see 80% guys, 20% women, right? You get to the point where you have to start snobbing innovations for gender, and that's not right. So can you help us, again, share and understand how do we get more women within this space?
I think it's about intentionality and really reaching women where they are. We are known as Scale Up Africa for finding women in very hard to reach places, in quotes, in quotes, in quotes. I know GCIC, for example, has done a lot to do road shows. You go to communities, you talk to people, you engage them, you engage the men, you engage the chiefs, you engage the women's groups. Women are everywhere. It's just about really being intentional about how you're going to reach out to them and meet them where they are. You know, if you have a program and you have to provide child support on site, so be it. Those kinds of provisions happen all the time. To speak to your question that you asked Kwabena earlier, though, about sorry, what was the point that you made earlier about, my mind's gone blank, excuse me.
Go ahead, then.
I'll come back to that.
While you remember, I was just going to say about
This is a talk show now.
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk.
My work is done.
To give you a chance to remember.
Yes, thank you. Okay. So kind.
No, to buttress your point, we often find ourselves as investors that female-led businesses are more likely to go through our process, get approval, and refuse to take the money.
Really?
Right.
Because they're scared. I mean, that is a fact. They get intimidated by owing and, but they do need that support. I mean, this is all about confidence, about their ability to handle that kind of pressure, right? So these are all elements of program design that we need to build in, right? So not to say that women are difficult to find. They are, experiencing extreme challenges socially, in community, at home, domestic violence, gender-based violence. These are all issues, men that don't support them. Like, these are all things that are going through the minds of women. So it's really about understanding the gender implications and the specificities of a particular woman and their challenges, broadly speaking, and having strategies to address that. So
I face the same challenge too in Nigeria.
Of course.
No matter how humongous our population is, we still have that problem of having to be over-deliberate, right, in trying to get more women in the room. And just like Kwabena said, we still face the same problem. Is it safe to say that we should sort of tweak our call for entry for entrepreneurship programs and include more of mental stroke, confidence-building types of programs to get more women out of their shell into that space?
Yeah, I always say soft skills are actually core skills, right? Like, there's no such thing as soft skills. Women do, especially in this part of the world, have that kind of extra level of hesitation, lack of confidence, again, social issues. So, yeah, designing that into your outreach is super critical, I think. To speak to your point about pre-seed, the annoying pre-seed entrepreneurs. We need them and we love them, right? We need them because investors later will say, oh, pipeline issues. We don't have enough SMEs or quality SMEs that are investor ready to invest in. I just wanted to say that Impact Invest in Ghana has worked a lot on research locally to understand the needs of the pre-seed problem and the pipeline problem for investment down the line. And so we've designed, in collaboration with all our stakeholders, our members who are national, continental, and regional as well, to really mobilize $100 million for venture capital organizations themselves who are strapped for cash. They say they have money, often they don't have money. That's the truth. Wasting a lot of time of ventures that are really in need of money. But that cash flow situation for fund managers is a very real problem.
Yeah.
The cash flow and sustainability issues for entrepreneurship support organizations is a real problem. How do you hire better quality staff to provide better quality service to entrepreneurs themselves? And then the entrepreneurs themselves at that pre-seed level, how do they share services? How do they access maybe packaging support or services that would be maybe a little bit beyond their reach at that early stage, but not to say there couldn't be high growth potential. And really, catering to those three segments of the value chain in the ecosystem. That is the approach that we are taking at Impact Invest in Ghana to launch that kind of fund. Of course, through grants and sort of recurring soft loans as well.
All right, a round of applause for Amma. And we'll get into the final round of this conversation. So I'll start with you, Christina. If you have a chance to, against all odds, you don't need approval, you don't need to rethink, and you say, Christy, change something in the course of your work, what will you do?
Wow. I would, I wanted to go back to, I'm going to answer your question. I'm going to think about it for a second, but I want to go back and reiterate the point that was just raised that soft skills are core skills. As someone who's done a lot of hiring, that is so essential because those softer skills are something you really can't teach. And you might not pick them up if they have them or not in the beginning of the interview process. So I really like that. I wrote it down and we'll repeat it. But if I could change one thing, is it about my organization or can you reiterate the question?
All I said is, if you had a chance, right, to be able to change one thing in the course of your work, looking at all the challenges you face every day concerning deliverables, what will you change? All right, maybe you type it for me. Anyone that is. Yeah? Can someone type it for me? Can you hear me now, Christy? No. Please type it. If you're on the console, please type it for me.
Right?
I can hear you.
They can't.
Did you get the question? Yeah.
No, we can hear them.
Can you hear me, Dora? Anyway. Please, if you can type that one thing chance on what any of them can change, please just type it and give it to them. And so let me come to you, Kwabena. If you don't need approval for anything, echo please. If you don't need approval for anything, and you can change or finance anything you want to change, what would you do?
So I think the biggest challenge, and Amma, you alluded to it, and this is not specific to climate, but specific to the entrepreneurial ecosystem across the continent generally, is there just simply isn't enough money around, right? I don't care what anybody tells you, that's the honest truth. So here's an interesting stat for you. There was, over the last 3 years, there's been $1.4 trillion worth of venture capital, private equity financing globally, $1.4 trillion. If I asked you to guess how much of that went into Africa, what would you say? You're right, so the answer is 1%, okay? And yet we have about 18% of the world's population, all right? That's nowhere near enough. And so for me, I think there needs to be a conscious discussion generally about how do we get more money, how do we mobilize more money locally, but also globally, how do we get more money invested onto the continent, right? Because the truth is, yes, you hear deals being announced and all of that, but in the grand scheme of things, we're averaging about $5 billion per annum, which in the grand scheme of things isn't a lot of money. So there's one thing I would change is to say let's get more money into the ecosystem, because once that's there, you can fund more incubators that will address the pipeline issue. You could have more, because here's the other thing. I believe that if the market sees that there's funding available, the market will adapt. But the thing is, if I'm going to innovate and of 100 businesses that gets started, only 3 of them are getting funding, then I'm less incentivized to actually go out and start a business. So really, it's about getting more money into the system. That's the one thing I would change.
All right, thank you so much. So, Christy, I'm back to you again. If you could change one thing, what will you do?
Into women-owned or women-run businesses.
Mm-hmm.
My nonprofit, our sort of tagline is, when women are climate resilient, we will all be climate resilient. And we've been doing a lot of research and looking at, how can we support women? So that's what I would do.
All right, supporting
women.
women.
Raise money in that
Thank
direction.
you. A round of applause for her. Dora, the spot is on you. That one chance. Go ahead. You can hear me. Oh my goodness. Anyway, so let's hold it there with Dora. Yeah, can you hear me now? Yes. Okay. So if you could make one thing happen with CIF, no need for approval, no need for thinking. What will you change? We know approval.
For me, I would not necessarily be changing. I would rather be funding into more flames, what we call partnerships, because the partnerships is what gives us that space of connecting with, say, GCIC, or connecting with other platforms that allows that continued lateral exchange of knowledge, that vertical transfer of experience and expertise. And as the climate investment funds, we will not be able to transform as we intend to without the partnerships, without the exchange, without supporting that space of transparency and inclusivity. Transparency that allows knowledge around the resources that we are able to provide, inclusivity that allows that decisions and interventions at the national level are done with all relevant stakeholders in play. And I believe that is what will be something that I would like to, rather, as I said, fan into flames and not necessarily change. If I may stop there, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dora. A round of applause for Dora. And is it safe to say I'll save the best for last? So, Scale Up Africa. What was that one thing that if you had that chance to change in the course of your work to create more impact, what will you do?
Just building upon what Kwabena said, just more resources for all this work that everyone here is doing. Mm-hmm. Everyone's constantly cash-strapped, cash flow-strapped, distressed, in starvation cycle. I think that really needs to change. I think Aloysius also alluded to mental health. Mm-hmm. So important, but with the level of need and urgency of climate, of gender, of social issues, environmental issues, a lot of people in this room, probably in this audience, will have to face some of those kind of challenges. And I think resourcing this kind of work adequately with the grants, enabling ecosystem development work properly, enabling communities to develop thriving economies, have people have agency and a voice in their own, local environments that feed into a larger market opportunity. I think that would be a more joined up ecosystem and approach to doing this work. So that's the vision, yeah.
All right, thank you so much. A round of applause for my panelists. And to give final words, I think that it is very important that all of us in the room support R&D at a very local level. There is no way we can build more, investable or global businesses if we don't invest in early stage incubation. Incubate more to see more. Thank you so much, and a round of applause for my panel.
Thank you so much, Ramka. Really well done. Thanks to Christina Stanton. Thanks for joining us. Dora and Sua, thank you so much for your time. We know it's super early there, so we appreciate you guys. We really do. Kwabena also is a managing partner and chief investment officer for Third Way Capital. Thanks, Kwabena. And Ama Jampo is a co-founder of Scale Up Africa and Impact Investing Ghana. Guys, we're going to take a quick commercial break, a coffee break. And when we come back, we will go into the second strategic panel session right here. So the coffee break is going to be out in the foyer. Feel free. It's also a great time to network. For those of you who have tags on you, when you scan the QR code on your tag, you'll see the rest of the full program, as well as the names of the speakers and everybody else in case you just came in and you missed the beginning. This is also streaming, I believe, on YouTube, so you can catch up, share that link with your other colleagues who couldn't make it here today. Thank you so much. We'll reconvene in the next 10 minutes. Thank you.
When farmers burn their agricultural waste products, it releases carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, which leads to respiratory diseases such as lung cancer, liver disease, and kidney disease, also causing damage to the wildlife preservation. So recycling agricultural waste help us to prevent that and also save the environment at the same time, generate income, and also create employment for the youth in our community.
For Africa, we've had several impacts of climate change. Most of them are very severe. For example, we have consistent flooding in the recent time. These are impact of the changes that we have in the climate system. We have droughts, which is also consistent, and especially recently. Green businesses in climate change is now a big topic of discussion. We've seen a lot of youth who are innovative and bringing up solutions for climate change, especially on the mitigation side, a few on adaptation as well. So we have seen technologies for cooking, like clean cooking. We've seen renewable energy technologies. We have seen a few technologies that convert waste to charcoal, for instance, in the system, and some recycling technologies as well in the country and even beyond Ghana. These are initiatives we need to support, to grow, and also take the space, especially for climate change mitigation.
Climate change is no longer an abstract concept. The impacts of climate change in Africa are undeniable, with rising temperatures and sea levels, changes in rainfall patterns, and extreme weather. The Government of Canada knows that urgent action is needed, and we doubled our international climate finance commitment to $5.3 billion, aiming to particularly support women and girls who are disproportionately affected by the climate crisis.
What drives us really is the fact that we know that we are contributing to something greater, to the extent that we are helping save the environment for future generations, to the extent that we are helping solve challenges that has to do with our very survival, because we now have climate change disrupting areas that hitherto was used for the cultivation of food. And so knowing on a daily basis that we are supporting enterprises who are mitigating and adapting to climate change is what drives us on a daily basis to be able to do the work that we do here at the Ghana Climate Innovation Center.
GCIC has come into our business in a great way. With the support of the grants, we're able to construct climate-smart cropping house to control the temperature in the mushroom house.
The temperature outside is about 30 to 28 degrees Celsius, but inside is about 20 to 15. That's the best we can ever have for growing mushroom.
And also, we are able to purchase mist fog machine, which brings out the temperature from 22 degrees to 15 degrees. And also liquid culture fermentation tank. At first, we were using grain spawns for it, but now we are using a liquid culture fermentation tank.
This is the fermentation tank. We call it liquid culture machine or tank. At first, we normally use the bottles with the grains, millet to prepare it, and it's very hectic and costly. But with the help of the GCIC, we are able to purchase this machine, which is about 120 liters, which will give us a liquid culture for ingestion,
and which will cut down our cost of production in the mushroom industry. Before joining the GCIC family, we used to have a production capacity of 20,000 bags, but currently we have increased our production to 80,000 capacity. That means 4 times the revenue. That means 4 times the number of employments we will create, 4 times the mushroom that we'll be able to harvest, also cutting down the cost of production.
Instead of a global organization directly taking the challenge on, they supported the local institutions to take the direct lead, supporting homegrown leaders, being forward-thinking in their processes where they recognize the needs as coming from the institutions as opposed to being imposed.
Canada's support includes initiatives like the Ghana Climate Innovation Centre because we cannot resolve these problems just with the public sector. We need the private sector, entrepreneurs, and small and medium-sized enterprises because they all have a crucial role to play. The impact of this collaboration is tangible.
In climate change, we have a global emergency. It's a man-made disaster at a global scale. In Ghana, as in most of Africa, the small and growing business sector contributes at least 70% of GDP. In seeking to have less emissions, we must also work with the business sector, particularly SMEs, to ensure that they are applying climate.
When farmers burn their agricultural waste products, it releases carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, which leads to respiratory diseases such as lung cancer, liver disease, and kidney disease, also causing damage to the wildlife preservation. So recycling agricultural waste help us to prevent that and also save the environment at the same time, generate income and also create employment for the youth in our community.
The small and growing business sector contributes at least 70% of GDP. In seeking to have less emissions, we must also...
For Africa, we've had several impacts of climate change. Most of them are very severe. For example, we have consistent flooding in the recent times. These are impact of the changes that we have in the climate system. We have droughts, which is also consistent, especially recently. Green businesses and climate change is now a big topic of discussion. We've seen a lot of youth who are innovative and bringing up solutions for climate change, especially on the mitigation side.
They're still in existence, and they will actually be the big business of tomorrow.
Our focus here at GCIC, which distinguishes us from several other entrepreneurship support units, is the fact that we focus specifically on sustainability. So for every business that gets into this incubator, there ought and there must be an aspect of the business that is ensuring that the levels of resources that they are using, say water, energy, or even the efficiency of the equipment that they apply, or the manufacturing processes that they apply, are efficient. Efficient to the extent that they can translate into a reduction in the levels of emissions that will go on to contribute to climate change.
Everything around us revolves around ensuring that we are able to minimize our carbon footprints in the work that we do. For instance, being able to use recycled products from the environment.
As part of our plan to mitigate climate change, we use paper boxes for packaging our vegetables for exports.
At Asenra, we are using adaptive digital technologies to enhance the recovery of waste plastics for reuse and recycling. Also, as some of these plastics end up in the landfills and in incinerators being burnt, we are recovering these plastics. It means that we are cutting that chain where the plastic ends up being burnt, producing carbon emissions into the atmosphere.
HA Farms is an integrated agribusiness and affordable poultry product. What is unique about our business is that we are using natural herbs and other technologies that makes our production efficient and that reduces our cost of production. We are also practicing circular economy, where all the waste in our production is reused for other agricultural activities.
So at Matspat Poultry Farm, what we do is we raise, we process and market eggs and chicken, which are being produced by our own layers and broilers and sold on a commercial level to our customers in eco-friendly packages through delivery services at affordable prices.
We know that male-led enterprises consistently outperform female-led enterprises. Of course, there are a few outliers, but generally that is, there's a genderized nature to entrepreneurship. What we're already finding, in fact, is that women entrepreneurs in the green economy are not receiving as much venture capital as male-led enterprises, right? And we also know that, particularly because of the historic and institutional trends that we've seen around STEM education, when there are business opportunities around climate change, they may not see that they fit. What we have done at the Ghana Climate Innovation Center is to consider some of these nuances, and we sought to respond to them through our program that we call the Women Entrepreneurs Transformation Program. Because if we don't have enough women actually participating, right, in the business sector, participating in the opportunities, the business opportunities that climate change meets, we're not doing well enough.
Since I started with GCIC, I've learned a lot, especially with the climate change and the sustainability, which I'll be using on my farm. In fact, I've actually started using it.
This incubator has really changed the way we do things, the way I think. It is really changing us personally as well as the business. So I can see growth from the business as a whole.
The entrepreneurship journey, as we all know, it's a very difficult one and sometimes a very lonely one. And so you need support systems. And here at the Ghana Climate Innovation Center, over time, through research and experience, we have come to understand what those building blocks are. And we have come to understand what the critical needs of businesses are.
Last year, we supported 18 enterprises from across Ghana, 9 male-led, 9 female-led, for a period of 9 months. In that period alone, of 9 months, these enterprises employed nearly 500 people. They created an additional, I think it was 52 jobs, right? They made CO2 savings of, I think, 169,000 metric tons, which is equivalent to what 99,000 Ghanaians emit every year. I think that's a remarkable result. In terms of revenues, I think it was in excess of $1.9 million, despite the economic challenges that we had in Ghana last year. So it's been a journey, but we recognize that we are on a journey, we're on a trajectory. The global climate emergency is not going to end in 1 month, in 1 year. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with just one step, right? So we recognize that, and we're determined to do all that we can to support enterprises on this entrepreneurial trajectory.
Shark Express was an idea in 2016 where I was in a place of inconvenience. I was trying to get food and other things, and every single time I wanted something for myself, I had to drive to go and get it myself. So in 2020, just after the lockdown, the idea came up again that how about we bridge the gap between vendors and customers. So Shark Express started as a delivery company where we do the traditional pickup from one point to the next point through a phone call, a WhatsApp message, or an SMS. Today we are a tech company that is built around a marketplace and the logistics. And what we seek to achieve is to bridge the gap between consumers and vendors. One of the negative effects of climate change on our business is inconsistent weather patterns. This affects our business directly. So we decided to phase out all our fuel-dependent bikes to electric bikes. By doing so, we saved 2.3 metric tons of carbon emission per bike to the environment. GCIC gave us access to Coursera platform where we could learn more about green business. That process itself was very impactful.
GCIC has supported our climate smart innovation by giving us funds to help us acquire more electric bikes. They've also given us vast knowledge about the topic of climate change. They've taught us even how we can calculate the amount of carbon dioxide we are emitting into the atmosphere, compare it to the fuel-dependent bikes so that we know the direct impact we are having by shifting to electric bikes.
We are building a future of convenience for you to be able to get the things you need faster, immediately, or now.
From January, MailLed created 248 new jobs and generated over $3.2 million in cumulative revenue and served over 3.3 million households with green goods and services and avoided over 447,000 metric tons of carbon emissions. Find out more about GCIC by visiting our website at www.ghanacic.org and follow us on social media.
HJ Farms Limited is a Ghanaian family-owned business that primarily cultivates papaya, coconuts, and sweet potatoes for the export market, established in 2018. Prior to that, myself and my siblings, we resided outside of the country. And during one of our visits, our mother brought to our attention that she was struggling to get good quality produce. So that was our call to action, the 20 tons of poultry manure from local poultry farms. These 20 tons, if it wasn't for us, they would be just left to rot on their fields. But we're able to repurpose this 20 tons into natural organic fertilizer, which we feed to our papaya plants. One small way we try to reduce our carbon footprint is by using 100% solar-powered irrigation. Prior to that, we were spending over 1,000 cedis a month on fuel to power our irrigation equipment. So right now, this is down to zero. We have a 5-kilowatt solar-powered pump in our dam that can provide us with up to 65,000 liters of water on a day. As you can see, it provides a precise amount of water to a precise location on the field. So there's little to no wastage of water. GCIC has supported our business climate innovation in several folds. Not just the climate smart, but they've also improved our business acumen. By improving our business acumen, we've been able to look at areas where we can mitigate our carbon footprint on the planet. We're also doing less land preparation using fossil fuel equipment, mainly tractors. And these are all measures that we learned through the GCIC program. In the future, we plan to create an additional 15 direct jobs. These direct jobs do not include the indirect jobs, which we hope will be created as a result of this. These indirect jobs will increase the income of the members of the Teacher Mate community. Before our solar irrigation project, solar was a foreign word to them, but now they understand the benefits of solar and how they can reduce their carbon footprint.
From January 2022 to March 2023, GCIC, with support from Global Affairs Canada, has held 6 national green road shows, supported 44 green businesses, of which 22 are male-led and 22 are female-led, created 248 new jobs, and generated over $3.2 million in cumulative revenue, and served over 3.3 million households with green goods and services, and avoided over 447,000 metric tons of carbon emissions. Find out more about GCIC by visiting our website.
So we started in 2016 at the time when Ghana was coming out of doomsday. But we're coming out of doomsday with a solution which was more thermal based, with little introduction to solar. At that time, we saw that no renewable energy company has set up in Kasua, and a lot of companies were coming here because population in Kasua was going up, and that is how come we started. Our focus is on renewable energy, more specifically solar power generation. And the norm in Ghana, our main source of energy has been a little bit of renewable in terms of hydropower and more also on thermal generations. Now, these thermal generations contribute a lot to these greenhouse gases, carbon dioxide, methane, example. But as compared to solar, solar contributes almost zero of carbon emissions. I think that GCIC has been excellent on our business because even though we had a little bit of understanding of climate effect, climate change, we had not paid much attention to it because growing a business in Ghana is not easy. And as a result of that, you tend not also to give attention to some things which bring some economic impact. But as a result of GCIC program, we have learned, and we are still continuing learning, that the sources of the business is not only in economic terms. Our ability to make a change, make a meaning in this business and in this environment and in this community. So from 2017 to date, we have installed about 350 solar lights. We started writing to KNUST about solar lights and renewable somewhere last year. And by the grace of God, we won our first contract from KNUST.
From January 2022 to March 2023, GCIC, with support from Global Affairs Canada, has held 6 national green roadshows, supported 44 green businesses, of which 22 are male-led and 22 are female-led, created 248 new jobs, and generated over $3.2 million in cumulative revenue, and served over 3.3 million households with green goods and services, and avoided over 447,000 metric tons of carbon emissions. Find out more about GCIC by visiting our website at www.ghanacic.org and follow us on social media.
Most businesses in Ghana today loses over 40% of their revenue on electricity alone. Some of them are also located in areas that the national grid have not reached. So to be able to get access to electricity, they will have to spend so much money having to buy electricity poles and then cable connections, among others. The other alternative is buying fuel generators or plants, which are also very expensive. And then that also contributes significantly to the CO2 emissions, as the reliance on fuel also releases that poisonous gas into the atmosphere. To solve these problems, we decided to find alternatives, get affordable means of electrification by using renewable energy means. To do this, we recycle electronic waste components and then we use that to produce solar energy systems, which, regardless of the location of the person, is able to provide them sufficient amount of electricity. Joining the program, we were introduced to Coursera courses. One of the key is our first steps in making the business case for sustainability, which has been one of the courses that introduced me to really understand what the impact of sustainability really means for our society and the essence of why every business or every organization should focus much on creating sustainable impact. Now, because we want to impact more and then create more sustainability, we now have found a way to also recycle the other component that was useless to us and then making them also beneficial to society. We are looking to produce at least 100 units per year. We have already started producing about 30 units now. Smart innovation of our business to the community has mostly been the job creation opportunities that we are offering to individuals who, because of maybe their educational background, may otherwise not find any sustainable job to do. We are also contributing to cutting down CO2 emissions by providing solar energy alternatives to individuals in communities. For the next 2-3 years, we will be able to reach at least 1,000 customers in Ghana and then be able to provide them with a more sustainable and affordable options of solar that they can really rely on.
From January 2022 to March 2023, GCIC, with support from Global Affairs Canada, has held 6 national green roadshows, supported 44 green businesses, of which 22 are male-led and 22 are female-led, created 248 new jobs, and generated over $3.2 million in cumulative revenue, and served over 3.3 million households with green goods and services, and avoided over 447,000 metric tons of carbon emissions. Find out more about GCIC by visiting our website at www.ghana.
Mending Papers, what we do is we use post-harvest waste from farmers, such as the plantain stems, corn husks, rice straw. We process them into papers and use them to make paper bags. Environmentally, we realize that the plastic bag waste is causing a lot of nuisance in our environment. When you come to my community, Kappa, it rains every day. And when it rains, you get some part of the town getting flooded. So when I got the idea that we can use agro waste, that's the post-harvest waste from farmers, to make papers, I decided to research into it and also encourage people the use of paper bags, so that we can move away from the non-biodegradable rubber bags to biodegradable paper bags. Where we realized carbon emission in our production process is during the cooking process, and because of that, we use LP gas. Aside treatment, I can also recycle the wastewater because we use a lot of water in our production process. So finding an alternative to treat the waste so that we can reuse our wastewater. Through the GCIC program, I met an entrepreneur who is also doing something similar, and we are now sharing ideas as to how we can better our products. We've been able to increase our production, which means that we are taking more waste from farmers, those wastes which normally they burn. And now that we are no more burning that waste, we're not going to get any problem from smoke coming from burning of the farm waste. Using paper bags from farm waste is the best for our environment. In 2 or 3 years to come, I want Mending Papers to be a name that when you want to talk about paper packaging, everyone will recommend Mending Papers to you. You want to make a mark in Ghana and even outside Ghana.
From January 2022 to March 2023, GCIC, with support from Global Affairs Canada, has held 6 national green roadshows, supported 44 green businesses, of which 22 are male-led and 22 are female-led, created 248 new jobs, and generated over $3.2 million in cumulative revenue, and served over 3.3 million households with green goods and services, and avoided over 447,000 metric tons of carbon emissions. Find out more about GCIC by visiting our website at www.ghanacic.org and follow us on social media.
The decision to start Obapa Clean Stove is based on the fact that I believe that about 90% of food prepared in the house is done by women. 70 to 80% of settlements in Ghana is at the rural areas. And when you look at the challenges they encounter to get these sticks and firewood to prepare what they eat, most of them are unable to even go to school. So I decided to come out with a product to solve that problem. each stove you use, you're able to save the environment. So if we are doing 20,000 and we are giving it for free, then you can imagine that between 3 to 5 multiplied by 20,000 tons of carbon emission has been saved. I introduce a lot of ladies into the processes of manufacturing. They come, they work on contract basis and they earn money. And mostly we don't even have time to train them. So it's like you come, we train you on the job, but as to how to manage your finances as a woman, confidence and all that, GCIC came in. They hosted them for 3 days and trained them. They came back and I see their level of confidence has increased. And I'm very grateful for that because, you know, as a business person, I'm looking at profitability. Sometimes we are not looking at the growth and the development of the women involved. Currently, we are doing the stove, but we are now trying to put up a factory to be able to manufacture our own liners. The essence of our product has to do with the liners. We are also employing people in the community. Currently, we have over 100 staff, and most of them comes from the community. We also try and pick some street guys in quotes that we try to rehabilitate. The number of stoves they're able to produce within the week, they're able to generate between 200 and 1,005 weekly, which helps the community, their families and the community at large.
From January 2022 to March 2023, GCIC, with support from Global Affairs Canada, has held 6 national green roadshows, supported 44 green businesses, of which 22 are male-led and 22 are female-led, created 248 new jobs, and generated over $3.2 million in cumulative revenue, and served over 3.3 million households with green goods and services, and avoided over 447,000 metric tons of carbon emissions. Find out more about GCIC by visiting our website at www.ghanacic.org and follow us on social media.
Basically, what we do here is to pick the coconut waste and then we process them into organic or eco-friendly products called cocoa peat and fiber. Before, those who create the waste were just discriminately throwing this waste away into the community and whatever they find. So when we came into existence into this community, what we did was that we have to have a way to negotiate with those who create the waste. So that instead of now going to throw the waste anywhere or the coconut waste anywhere they find convenient for them, we decided to rather help them so that they will help us. When you put the coconut husk in the defibrillation machine, it does a separation of the shell, the fiber, and then the powder part, which we call as cocoa peat. So here we have 3 products coming out from one machine. We have the cocoa peat, we have the fiber, which is the one that looks like sponge, and then we have the hard part, which normally we call as shell. People will say that is waste, yes, but we call them wealth because that is what
various seats and tables so we can continue with the second and final part of this program. I'd be grateful. There'll be a lot more time to network at the end, as well as a picture-taking session as well. So let's hold off on the pictures for now. I see quite a number of people going outside to take pictures at the backdrop. So let's suspend that for the next 1 hour or so. At the end of the event, we'll be able to do that. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, in just a moment, we will be watching a video that really captures the essence of the mission and tangible changes that have been made over the last couple years under GCIC's incubation and climate entrepreneurs and what they're delivering in real measurable results. So we're about to check out that video. If the video team is ready, we can dim the lights and press play.
In a world grappling with the impact of climate change, every action counts. Through the tireless efforts of the Ghana Climate Innovation Center, an institute of Ashesi University, we've achieved something extraordinary. Since 2017, GCIC has avoided over 600,000 metric tons of carbon emissions. But what does this number truly mean? It means healthier communities, improved business competitiveness, business continuity, social, economic, and environmental benefits, and a planet on the path to recovery. Join us as we delve into the real-world implications of these savings. Together, we're rewriting the narrative of progress, one emission at a time.
Incredible stats, incredible results. We can only wish them the best and offer them support as much as we can in our own individual capacities. We're going to move straight into the second panel discussion. The very first part of this program was really focused on highlighting a lot of the challenges that these business owners and organizations have faced when it comes to climate entrepreneurship. This part and this particular panel is going to discuss building resilience and overcoming these very same challenges in climate entrepreneurship. So I'm going to introduce the panelists one after the other. Please help me welcome them on stage with a resounding applause. We've got the very first person in person of Dennis Asare. He's a research consultant with Imani Africa. Mr. Dennis, you're welcome. Emmy Beth Quatson, she's the founder of Kawamoka Coffee Roasters. You're welcome. Thanks for joining us. Vinan Sondo, the Chief Stewardship Officer at Chante Afrique, is here as well. Mr. Vinan, you're welcome. And the moderator for this specific panel is going to be Kodi Aziz, an independent consultant with CCAN Consultancy. Thank you so much.
Great. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm fortunate to have all of my panel members here, so that should make it a little bit easier to not have an echo. So this is a panel that is really important, particularly in these times. As we know, green entrepreneurs really face a unique set of challenges, and I think we have some amazing entrepreneurs that have successfully been able to overcome those challenges. So we're going to be doing a deep delve into who they are, how they've overcome those challenges and how government policy can maybe support climate entrepreneurs in new and innovative ways. So welcome all again to our panelists. So we want to go ahead and start. We're actually going to kick off with Dennis Asari. We know Dennis is a research consultant for Imani Africa, and we know policy is key to climate entrepreneurs. So I actually have a twofold question for you. The first part of it is, what are some of the key challenges that climate entrepreneurs are facing, particularly in regions with limited resource and institutional support? And then the second part of that question is, how can policy reforms and governmental interventions help alleviate those barriers?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that when it comes to I believe that Thank you. So climate entrepreneurs are the main vehicle that governments implement every green growth strategy that they have. So as a country, after making all your climate strategies or plans, you need the private sector to kick it running. And in every country, it is these climate entrepreneurs who have the innovative solutions and can access the innovative financing streams available to implement that. But if they operate in environments where institutional and policy readiness is very low, it creates a lot of challenges for them. And I think that the key challenge that climate entrepreneurs face is that in most African countries, we've not taken deliberate steps to create the needed policy or the policy environment that will stimulate investment into these businesses. The key thing is setting the policy. If you set the stage right, there are enough support within the policy environment, and you create a lot of incentive within the country. You open the doors for investment into climate-smart enterprises. But in most African countries, we see a lot of unstable and unsupportive or unpredictable policy environment. So there are a lot of patchwork of pieces of policies at addressing climate change in different areas. But we've not been able to synchronize them to understand what are the core incentives to stimulating investment in different sectors of climate change solutions. And so I think the key issue is policy. We've not created the right policy incentives or policy environment. And that means that if you don't create the right policies, it means your institutions will not be ready to support these entrepreneurs. And that is why the entrepreneurs face a lot of regulatory barriers and compliance issues, because you then create multiple institutions that are doing the same work within the same sphere. Again, you're also unable to create the needed fiscal support. When I say fiscal support, the way government tax or government raise revenue or spend revenue is a very key channel to stimulating investment into green businesses. So you can use your fiscal policy either to support green businesses or to stifle their growth. So for example, the taxes that you implement, do they create support for them or they stifle their growth? So green businesses are different from regular SMEs because of the way they operate, and that their aim is to support environmental sustainability. Profitability is always second. Their main goal is to support the environment. And so if you impose taxes like regular SMEs on these green SMEs, you create a lot of barriers for them. Also, their business model is different. Most of the financing institutions that you have in your country will not have tailored products for them. And because of that, in a developing country like Ghana, you must start using your fiscal policy or any intervention that you have to bring them up so that they get to a point where they develop. We still talk climate issues. Yeah, so you have to use your fiscal policies to bring them up to a level where they are able to generate the needed cash streams available. If you don't do that, what you do is that because you don't have policy, you create market barriers for them. The essence of policy is to create demand for green products and services. If you don't have the policy, there is no need for people to desire afterward green product and services. What people want is light. They don't care whether it came from solar, it came from gas, it came from oil. But if you put in the policy incentive or the policy demand, that make it necessary that power generators focus more on renewables, then you create a need for that green business that is investing in renewable energy. If you implement a policy that makes it difficult for people to use plastic, you create a demand for that green business that is now recycling plastic to ensure that we don't just dump them, but we also achieve circular economy. So if you don't get the policy, what you do is that you set this green business on a larger field of opportunities, but there is no direction. And so even if there is support, it will never come from in-country. Another challenge that you also end up creating for these green businesses is that you create financial barriers. Because you don't have policies that create demand for their product, they can't generate cash flow, so they can't access financing streams. Then because you don't have policy, your regulations and your interventions within your regulatory systems or the agencies that must certify, label, and create credibility for these businesses are absent. Because of that, they can't sell or they can't reach larger market, they can't generate cash flow, then you create a financing barrier for them. Additionally, because there are no policy incentives, domestic financing houses do not see the need or do not see the relevance of creating products for these green businesses. But where you create a need for their demand and they can generate cash flow, then these banks can also give them money. Another challenge is that because you don't have policy, you create a technology and skill barrier. If you have policy, you raise people with more skill who can work in the green economy. And so when green businesses are established, they are able to employ the right people, not spend extra money to invest in people, train them, or reskill them. But if you have the right policy, it's set right from the top, flow through your education, focus on STEM and other solutions. So you're able to create the right skilled employees for them. And so if we don't have the right policy environment, you create this market financial technology barriers, and that also compound with some social cultural barriers that typically affect women in green business. And so those are some of the challenges that if you don't have the right policy, those are the difficulties you create for green business.
All right. Thank you so much, Dennis, and thank you for overcoming your own challenges with the mic as well. We appreciate that. So I think you gave us a lot to think about, a lot of things about unstable policy environments, lack of enabling policy and understanding of green business models that lead to financing as well. So now we really want to move to the entrepreneurs, the people that are in the field that are really facing the challenges hardcore. So one of the first questions I actually want to ask is to Vernon, the Chief Stewardship Officer at Chant Afrique. What are some of the primary challenges that you think green entrepreneurs are encountering? And how can they find, and how can innovation and financial mechanisms be harnessed to overcome these obstacles, as Dennis said, since that's one of the major things is actually access to financing?
I would probably focus a little bit on what we do with enabling sustainable living, which is something that very few people understand what it means, because sustainable living is basically adaptation. Because climate is changing a lot, environment is changing a lot, social issues are changing a lot. Then we have to start adapting, especially sustainable living is adapting to our socio-ecological constraints. And when you want to market as a product, when understanding of adaptation is very low, because adaptation to me is basically about innovation, innovating how we live, innovating how we work, innovating how we travel. And climate adaptation is basically enabling that aspect. And adaptation is basically a product of understanding the impact. If people understood the impact that these changes are given to them, and also the knowledge in terms of how to apply, what sort of products to use, what sort of techniques to use to deploy, then you have an understanding of how you need to transition to adapt into climate change by actually applying sustainable living. But in a place where there is very little understanding about it, there's hardly any, well, now, I mean, when we started talking about sustainability and ESG 10 years ago, people were thinking, these guys, you're insane, what are you talking about? But sustainability is basically how you safeguard the environment, and ESG is basically, how you measure your sustainability. And coming from a point of view where you had to kind of explain to people that actually this is the essence of survival. But then you have the challenge of funding mechanisms not being able to understand what you're doing to be able to unlock finance for you. And then you have lack of consumers, because consumers don't understand what you're doing. They can't buy your product at the right price. What we did was basically innovate in a way, diversify our revenue streams across grants and consulting. Because we had the challenge where, of course, there's a policy space, lack of policy. Find us working with the government back then in the days of PricewaterhouseCoopers with RUCA, 2015, 2016. When RUCA left, I was like, geez, I don't know how I'm going to do this, but yeah, that was a great challenge. Developing the sustainable banking principles, because for me, I understood that the banks have to get this right. If the banks get this, then they will start demanding from businesses so that businesses can actually operate in a way that will safeguard their investment by making sure that all those issues that relate to environmental safeguarding, water, energy, waste, and how you deal with communities, how you sort of manage your supply chain and carbon actually taken into consideration. But now it's actually happening because if you walk into any bank and ask for an investment, they will ask you all these questions, which means that it is working. But then does the consumer actually understand why that is necessary? So there's still a lot of lack of understanding across not just why plastic pollution is linked to climate change directly, because nobody really understands. Some people don't even understand. Ruka mentioned that washing a pair of jeans is equivalent to traveling 69 kilometers or 65 kilometers by car. You would think that's a very straightforward analogy, but someone will ask, okay, is it using the washing machine or using my hands to wash it and dry it and ironing the energy from the iron? Or the 69 kilometers, is it by SUV or by taxi? Or is it by, motorbike? These are all not necessarily complicated, but it kind of really confuses people, right? In terms of, okay, fine, what is actually the essence of living sustainably? So it boils down to education. If there was a right sort of education, it's actually happening now. You see a lot of school curricula integrating environmental awareness in the school curricula, which is great, because those kids of today are going to be the leaders of tomorrow when we are all gone. And thankfully, they will be sort of integrating this in their decision making. And on the finance side, there is a huge scramble now for funding green entrepreneurs, which is a good thing, right? But then you have to ask yourself, is it actually going to the right places and actually creating the right kind of impact, which is directly linked to helping the country meet their NDC sort of target in terms of emissions. Ruka mentioned the nationally determined contributions from Ghana, as well as the SDGs. All these are totally intrinsically linked, what we do. And green entrepreneurs actually are basically that God-given tool that would help us bridge the gap between reducing and meeting those global emissions. Because they do a lot, but then it's like, I had a visitor from Italy the other day, and we actually took her to Kita, where we were working with some of the fishing communities, because we do collect fish nets from fishermen in terms of our circular economy trajectory, collect fish nets, use fish nets, monofilament nylon fish nets, which we transform these into pellets that can be used to make sunglasses, new textile, and all that. And so she came on that morning. There was heavy rains. There was flooding. Most of the fishermen they had lost their nets. There was no power. There was like huge challenge. So she asked me, but I can't believe you guys operate like this. How do you manage all these challenges? I said, well, it's part of what we do. It's part of understanding the challenges that we face. So I really feel like the financing is there, but it's actually not reaching the right people. Hopefully, access to institutions like the Green Climate Fund, Climate Innovation Center, Ghana Climate Innovation Center. It's more like a welcome sort of innovation for entrepreneurs where they can access funding. But generally, most people don't understand that your product, you need to be solving a solution. And some of us struggle with understanding what problem are you actually solving. Right?
Very good point.
I'm always about, I'll just round up, you're solving a problem. There's that issue of scalability. Again, you know, investors want problems or solutions that scales. Not every solution that needs to scale. There are solutions that are actually adaptable for communities. They're adaptable for communities, but they're actually easily replicable. Right, so do you want one that will actually be adapted locally, but then be easily replicated, or one that can actually be scaled by one person? Scaling by one person is actually really, really difficult. But Farmerline has actually, Aloysius has actually demonstrated to us how it works. So it's basically blending policy aspects that need to be taken into consideration, as well as, you know, GCIC, bridging the gap, and a clear understanding on the consumer side, as well as the investor side, on what the challenges actually are and how they can actually help in bridging that gap in terms of access to finance.
Thank you so much for that wonderful insight, particularly on one of the challenges faces consumer education and understanding of sustainable living. And one of the key things entrepreneurs should maybe look at is diversification of their revenue streams, which is actually going to bring me to Emmy Beth here, because you are one of the successful entrepreneurs of GCIC 6th cohort. And how do you think that experience really helped prepare you for the complexities of entrepreneurship and climate resilience? And what are some of those strategies that you're actually implementing at Kawamoka in the agricultural sector?
Thanks. So just so it's clear around the room, our product is coffee, so we do made in Ghana coffee. It's sourced from the Volta region at a place called Liklebi, and a key part of our value chain is working with women farmers in the community. The GCIC incubator was really helpful at a point where we were thinking of how do we green our business even more. So it was the right time and then the right methodology of imparting that information. So I think for me, for a lot of businesses, even knowing where to start is a big one. And we identified one, energy as one of the ways that we could improve on our processes. So thanks to the support from GCIC, our roastery is completely powered by solar. And I'm smiling because I remember when Ruka came over, that was one of the first, questions she had around sustainability. And it brought to the fore that green business is good business, because with installing our solar, we're able to extend the times which we can work. And we're also a bit waterproof, so to say, against, fluctuations in electrical dependability. So that was one. Another one of our core focus areas is around regenerative agriculture. So supporting our farmers in ensuring that they are growing the coffee organically, which for the most part they already do, and increasing their yield so that they can also feel the economic benefits of what they're doing. One of our projects was to plant trees. So we've worked over the last couple of years in partnership with One Tree Planted and the Match Group. We've planted over 10,000 trees with 10 of our women farmers in Liklebi and in Jolopita. And one of the things we did was to call for volunteers, right? So in calling for volunteers, the shocking part for me was how many people actually wanted to go and plant. They wanted to leave, whether it was Accra, Kumasi, Ho, and go into the rural communities and plant trees. So there's that interest in consumers or in people on how can I also contribute to making my environment a better place. And then the last thing for us is with our skincare line. So we have a skincare line that utilizes waste from our coffee. And that's us feeding into the circular economy to figure out how do we make more products, how do we have more impact by using all the various parts of coffee for viable products. And that experiment has also been useful. Coffee can be used for so many things in your gardens, for skincare, rich in antioxidants, helps in cellulite reduction. So it's something where you can get a lot of outputs from the coffee, and our work has helped to highlight that.
So that's amazing to hear. I think you've really pulled out the development of a circular economy as actually working with communities as well. But Emmy Beth, you have a unique position out of all of our entrepreneurs and panelists because you're also a woman. And one of the challenges that Mr. Asari brought up is that a lot of times women green entrepreneurs can be left behind in climate financing. So can you maybe just give us a little bit about your experience as a woman leading a sustainable business in Ghana, and maybe give some advice to those other women that are looking to succeed in the space as well?
Okay. I think today we had a lecture from Desmond around the various ways you can finance your business, be it grants, debts, private equity. And I think one of the ways, especially for women entrepreneurs, that's often not looked at, and Kwabs kind of alluded to that when he was talking about they go through the process, they get the money, and then, they don't actually access the financing. And part of that is just that expectation. Everybody just talks about, oh, we're looking for money, but what is the expectation when you get the money? A lot of the targets might mean that you wouldn't even be operating just in Ghana. So it's a great time to be a woman, I would say that. There are a lot of funds that are intentionally trying to include women. For me, what is missing is just that micro escalation. So somebody might not want to raise $5 million. They may not want to do $1 million. But how, in looking at their business model, can we improve on their operations as they are? So instead of looking for $1 million businesses, maybe let's look for $100,000, $200,000, but make so many of them so that women have that flexibility to still be able to cater to parts of our nature, perhaps, or debatably, that is very important. For example, I'm a mom, I have 2 kids, and it's important for me to be involved in their lifestyle. So even on a business level, some of the decisions I make take into consideration how much time I'd be able to spend with them and spend in my family concepts. And I think it's important that even as we're looking for funding, we're able to preserve the integrity of the family units for which women are very integral.
Excellent, excellent points. As a mother, I totally relate to that. I also think that we can't leave this panel without really discussing innovation, because if you are running or you have ever run a business in this landscape, innovation is the heartbeat to keeping you alive. So I want to go back to Mr. Asari, and can you potentially highlight some of the key policy frameworks or initiatives that are currently ongoing that have successfully supported climate entrepreneurs here within Ghana, and maybe talk about a few lessons that can be learned for those?
Thank you very much. So I think that we are still reset.
Oh, Mr. Asari. Oh,
I'm sure the sound engineer has a problem with me. But no worries. As I was saying, I think within our whole policy space, we are still resetted. And so the existing mechanisms that government is using to support or even first recognize green businesses is that at least through the work we do with GCIC, we are bringing more recognition to green businesses. If you look at our policy space, when they talk about a private sector, they typically look at large-scale investment. But through the work of GCIC in Ghana and collaborating with Imani, we are trying to draw the attention of policymakers to these SMEs who are also doing very good stuff around our climate issues. And because of that, you see government using funds like the Global Climate Fund to serve as at least some grants or capacity development mechanisms for green businesses. Then again, there are some fiscal policies, I'll come to that again, like the emissions tax, even though not properly structured in that way. We still have the sanitation and pollution tax and some other tax handles we have in Ghana that if we properly align them, we can use it to support green businesses. For example, if you look at the emissions tax, in terms of revenue spending, there's still no clear plan, so it will just end up in the consolidated fund. But going into the future, that can be one thing that we can leverage to serve as sub-grants for green SMEs. And in the morning, Ruka mentioned, we typically look at the elitist businesses. How about someone in a local community doing something like clean cooking stove, but they are not big in Accra? How can we use some of these government funds as small seed capital for them, bring them up to a level where they can now access some of the VC funds and debts and also some bigger government grants? Other ways that I think government can also do is that currently the government is trying that is what we call green procurement. They are trying to sort of integrate some sustainable principles in our Public Procurement Act so that going into the future, when public agencies are buying and selling, they will be more cognizant on emissions, environmental sustainability. Through that, you are creating some sort of a demand for those who are doing green business, even though it may grind slow, but some of those initiatives throw a bit of highlights sometimes on green businesses. I think other innovative approaches is that currently government is also thinking about creating that climate unit within the Ministry of Finance. And I think at the level of GCIC and Imani, we've made some input into that work that is being done, which means that going into the future, some funds that come to the Ministry of Finance, there will be some recognition of green businesses. And so another thing that government is also exploring for green businesses is the blended finance. So government will now be sort of a host within the Ministry of Finance, and even through the Development Bank Ghana, let me even highlight that they are currently training the commercial banks on even ESG, trying for them to integrate ESG issues within their lending practices, stemming through the sustainable banking principles and all of that. So through these measures, you create that sort of a financing channel that potentially can support them. Then with the work on the climate unit, they will then become like the repository of some of these funds, work with the partner PFIs, who will now be the channel through which some of these green businesses can access some financial support. So there are bits and pieces of work being done across different sectors, even though not aligned properly. But over time, as we still get our NDCs right, as we get our policy structure formulation processes clear, we are going to create some sort of environment that will support green businesses. So even for now, most of these innovations or interventions are at a small scale. We hope that through the consistent advocacy between GCIC, Imani, and other partners, we will constantly highlight some of the need why we should create some sort of support for green businesses within that. And just lastly, last year, what we did with GCIC was that within even the budget, we should start demanding from public institutions how their work is aligned to the NDCs. Yeah. And when we get that right, which means that the spending of public institutions will typically be aligned to the NDCs, which means they are likely to source products from green businesses.
Excellent.
So in the future, that will create some support.
Great, thank you so much for that input. We've got time. Our panel has gone by so fast. They waited to the end to let me know I could sit. But we want to give our final question to Vernon. And one of the things we've talked about is access to finance, understanding the expectations when you get that finance. But one key thing is how is Chant Africa and how are entrepreneurs, how do you define success? And what are some of those key indicators in income or outcomes that you're using at Chant Africa to define your success that could help other green entrepreneurs as well?
So I will come with two examples. I mean, we came from a standpoint, started in 2018 and then 2019, big plans for 2020, and we all know what happened. And then we went back to the drawing board. We came up with an app back then with GCIC, kind of really gearing up, launched the app in 2019, October, gearing up towards working with waste service providers to kind of help consumers, understand how to recycle at homes and connect payment service and all that. So we had to go back to the drawing board and figure out that we don't have the sort of ecosystem that would fit that up. So we had to go out and start creating our own ecosystem in terms of working with either SMEs or communities that would actually drive data that we can use to the app. So one of the things that we do, we try to be sort of like problem solvers, but more like connectors. We try to connect people to other services. Take, for example, we went to Bompata. It's a village on the Lake Volta. So we normally, when we go to the villages, we recruit women who literally help us, our main aggregators. You know, fishing is more like male sector. So we try to sort of integrate the women, sort of play that role. So we sort of gave the mobile phone to this lady, and she started laughing. We never understood why she was laughing. But then we realized that she's laughing because she doesn't have electricity in her home. How is she going to charge the phone? So we could have said, fine, we'll find someone else. But we actually work with our solar energy partners, Empower, and gave her a solar generator. It's more like a small 70-watt system that she could charge her phone and charge the phone of other neighbors, you know, in the same place. And now she's actually a solar agent in the village, actually selling solar products to the village. Right? It was not our intention, right? We just wanted her to aggregate the fish nets for us, but then we realized that if we can sort of, through collaboration with an entity that has a product that is actually required in the village, we can actually create access to them. And so it's more like, it's just for other entrepreneurs, when they go about, don't feel like I have to solve my own problem. But if you see something, look into your network where you can find a potential solution and then link it up to them. That is great. So the second one is we are asked by an entity to sort of do net zero assessment for about 56 SMEs. And the standard way would be going there and sort of like doing a spreadsheet calculation and everything, and then coming up with a figure. But we realize that if you actually create a tool that these SMEs can actually use anywhere they are, they can actually be able to understand how to calculate their carbon footprint and literally link it up to what it means to be net zero, basically reducing your carbon emissions. So you literally have to try to innovate, but then making sure that you stay within the confines of what you're delivering and kind of create alternative solutions for what you're driving.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that. So we do also want to give other entrepreneurs an opportunity to be able to learn from our entrepreneurs here. So we had a few pre-submitted questions. So if Mr. Abdul Aziz Ibrahim is here from Nasatag Company Limited. If you are, you can just raise your hand. We can get you a mic. Or maybe you can just stand up. Okay.
It was about policy relating to, I think Dennis has touched on a few of them. Policies, we know our country where policies are not, they are as it were promulgated, but the implementation thereof, and sometimes when they are implemented, the bureaucracies even in the implementation thereof becomes a problem. So for us as green entrepreneurs, how can we see through those lines which invariably becomes hindrances or challenges? How can we scale over them and build resilience companies or limited that can help speed up scalability and profitability as well? Thank you.
Great question. Was everybody understand? He's asking, how can green entrepreneurs overcome the challenges of hierarchies and bureaucracies within government agencies to ensure their success?
Well, I think my simple answer will be that if you have the opportunity, you have to go to GCIC. The reason why I'm saying that is before GCIC, there was not some sort of a direct physical agency that could pick green businesses from the lower level, push them up, and set them out of national and international stage. There wasn't something like that. And so everybody was doing their bits and pieces. And so the reason I would say is that the incubation agencies, what they help is that they are able to sort of know how you can overcome some of these policy and regulatory barriers that when you are outside, you may not be able to do it. So for example, they may understand how you can benefit from some tax incentives that are already there, that physically, if you go there to apply, it may take time. But through their relationships and some impact that they've made within the climate space, they would be able to help you identify targeted persons or individuals who may assist you to do that. Or through their PAGE program, that is the Policy Alternative for Green Economy, they are able to also do the national advocacy for you. And through the consistent advocacy and putting pressure on government, we see at least some policy clarity coming in terms of what green businesses can do. Frankly, when we engage policymakers, sometimes you get to realize that they don't really understand the green business ecosystem very well as we think they are. For example, when we held our first policy dialogue, someone from the Ghana Enterprise Agency said, we work with green businesses, but we don't know they are called green businesses. So in case you are engaging such an institution, through the work that GCIC is doing and other incubation hubs are doing, they help to put pressure on government. We align some of our regulatory and policies. Then within the incubation agencies like GCIC, they also have special programs that help you go through the training to have the skill that you can overcome some of these barriers. Some of them, they are just low awareness. Sometimes it's just that you don't know. But when you go through some of those programs, they equip you with the skills so that you can also overcome some of those barriers. But at the national level, we are also working to drum home the need to create that enabling environment for green business. And working with GCIC and other incubation hubs, we hope that over time, at least now our nationally determined contribution, we are a bit clear on what we want to achieve. We have an energy transition framework. There is a national electrification policy. In the past, all of those things were not there. But through some of this work that incubation, let me say collaboration, that is happening between the private sector, incubation hubs, civil society, and government, we seem to be getting clear where we are going. So over time, the barriers and the challenges will be minimized. But if you work with such incubations like GCIC, they give you the skill, so you minimize the lack of awareness. Yeah.
Excellent. So we all know that we need to be part of GCIC. If you haven't joined a cohort, you should definitely meet someone that can get you into a cohort. I think we have time for one or two more questions. So if you have a question, you can just raise your hand. We have the gentleman here in the orange shirt.
So there's a Michael Osu Asare as well, whose name I have here for a question.
Hi, I'm Michael Osu Asare. I probably have to come closer a bit so you see me because I can stand. I'm enjoying the conversation and picked up a lot of learnings, but it's just unfortunate that all that we're discussing, we're talking about a lot around the SDGs, which tries to empower marginalized groups and people. And obviously, I'm a person with disability because I'm a wheelchair user, and I don't see anything that impacts and empowers the community that I am a part of. I see that we are doing so much and being deliberate about women, which is great because diversity is not about competition, it's only about collaborations. I see that we're doing so much in terms of youth empowerment. But if we also empowered persons with disability, they probably majority of them won't be on the streets. They'll become economically empowered and they will also fit into society better. Years ago, women were not empowered. But when women were given the opportunity today, we see the great things women are doing. So what are we also doing? Is it an oversight? Because I just want to believe it's an oversight because it's not deliberate. That's what I believe anyway. But if it's an oversight, what are we doing to include and empower persons with disability as well? Thank you.
So thank you so much for that question. You're very lucky. Ms. Ruka Sankwe is going to answer that for you and then be able to respond.
Where is the gentleman? The gentleman's at the back. I'm very happy to respond to your question. And I'm also particularly happy that one of the board members of Ashesi University is here. She will tell, you're here, right? She can attest to the fact how to search and select their students. And there is now it's mandatory. I think it's 5% of, you still can't hear, also, Nashula, 4%, thank you, Nashula, must be people with, with special needs, whether that's hearing, whether that's physical, whether that's eyesight. I walk around campus and, I see, the other time I saw a particular young lady there was a gentleman next to her, and I'm watching all the interactions, and then I'm seeing that he's literally talking for her, and I couldn't understand. Our office is out of campus, it's in airport, but later I made, worked it out that I think she has a speech disability, right? So we're very committed to that. How does that translate into the work of GCIC? We've actually had people, we also have quotas, right, around diversity and inclusion, whether that's gender. We've had people who physical disabilities in the incubator as well. And you heard me talk this morning about the elitist nature of incubators and accelerators. And that's why we went out and have a partnership with Farmer Line, where we're actually incubating people perhaps who didn't even go to, even secondary school, but they're actually contributing to the economy. So I say for Ashesi and for GCIC, there's no oversight. There's no oversight. So anybody, whoever you are, whatever disadvantage that you have, as long as you're a business owner, you're legally registered, you've been in business for 3 years, you employ a certain number of people, you are, very welcome to apply to GCIC. Thank you.
Great. So Ruka putting the call out there to all entrepreneurs who are differently abled to be able to support. They can accommodate, and they're more than willing to work with you if you meet that criteria. I think we only have time for one question, and then we're going to have to wrap up, but we do have coffee afterwards, so we can do some networking there.
Francis Ofosukobia is my name, and the organization is Green Care Africa. We are a climate change advocacy organization and also a farmer. My question goes to Imani and GCIC through Mr. Dennis. As a young entrepreneur in Ghana, what I've realized is what my sister spoke about. From 2020 coming down, it's not that there's no funding in Ghana or Africa. There have been so many financing. But the problem is that our development partners and those who bring the money, it looks like they don't understand the businesses in Ghana. They will say we are giving entrepreneurs in Ghana funding. Then you see the amount, $2 million. And the entrepreneur has to bring maybe 10% of that. But the truth of the matter is that in Ghana, most of the businesses, the amount they have is between $10,000 to $50,000. There are some businesses, they have not had $5,000, which is more than $50,000. So most of the time, they will see that these monies are out there, but no entrepreneur will qualify. Another one is they will bring age between 18 and 35. And most of us, before our eyes are open to the entrepreneurs' businesses, in Ghana, most people are 30 years. They are still with their parents. Before they eyes open, they are more than that. I am 38, so most of the time I don't qualify for the money. So I am begging Imani and GCIC that they should speak to our development partner. I don't want to mention their name, so that if they really want to.
So excellent points made. A lot of times, some of the financing that is available is just hard to actually meet the criteria. So excellent point made, and then very well taken as well, and it seems you have a lot of support. I think this actually wraps up this particular session, but once again, looks like maybe time for one more question here in the corner. If you can please stand up to make it easier, young woman, for them to find you.
All right, my name is Francisca from the Bono region of Ghana. I'm also a farmer. One thing I've also realized is that the system in the country does not also support farming activities. The whole thing we are discussing here has to do with the mindset. The question is, are we really impacting the mindset or agriculture, the green economy, into the lives of the young ones? Our school system, educational system, and everything deter us from going into agriculture. So it looks like agriculture is an alternative. If I'm not able to get a job, if I'm not able to find something meaningful, then I go back to agriculture. It shouldn't be the case. We have to go back to the days where we had school farms. Days where we're motivated to go into agriculture. So my question is, I'm glad we have a university in our midst. What are we doing for our young people, graduates, to also accept the fact that agriculture is the only source of affecting the climate, because our raw materials, everything comes out from agriculture? What are we doing as institutions to do this? Thank you.
So, I'm not sure if one particular panelist, I think Emmy Beth wants to take this.
I'll just give a quick response in that it's you and I, right? As we go back and, regardless of education and, what we're doing, we go back and we invest in those rural communities. We become an example that can encourage other people to get into the business. I'm approached many times, from people who've started businesses because they've seen me do it. I've been able to coach some people as well. And it's a double-edged sword, right? Because at the end of the day, people want to eat. So they need to also ensure that in going into agriculture is a viable career or business, yes. People go into banking because they see a lot of bankers wearing nice suits, driving nice cars, so they can see that progress. So accordingly, we also have to show them that it is profitable in that sense. And for me, I keep saying to the policy discussion that the best financing you can give me is a contract. So especially for those who are procuring a multinational such as this, you want to see them also understanding that if I'm importing something, my carbon emissions are going higher, right? So if I can buy coffee from Ghana, for example, why am I using imported coffee? And as we are able to sell, it also gives us the capability to encourage more farmers to go into farming because they know they have an avenue to sell. They can see the benefits. They can now be incentivized to improve on their yields. And with our work in coffee, you can see that. We started work with 6 women farmers in Liklebi. It's moved to 32. We've also had another enclave that said, hey, we want to grow coffee as well. And the reason they can see that is because they can see their fellow women also investing in coffee and getting that benefit. So that's how it starts, and that's how it can grow.
Great. Excellent point, Emmy Beth. She said the best example is to show someone the end result. And with that, brings to a conclusion our panel. We thank all of our panelists again for giving us invaluable insight and how entrepreneurs can weather challenges and be more resilient. We thank GCIC for having a fabulous event and bringing us all together. I believe they do have coffee. I'm sure the MC has more information on that. So I think we can all take our leave, and thank you again for being such a great audience.
Thank you so much to you, Cordy. That was beautifully done. And Cordy also happens to be the founder of Environment 360, which plays a huge role when it comes to recycling and playing their part in the circular economy. So a round of applause for Cordy as well. Thank you so much. Dennis Asare, thank you. Emmy Beth and Venan Sondo, we appreciate you. There's a survey that's being passed around. I would like to invite Mr. Joel Boache from Ernst & Young to come and take us through the process quite briefly. A round of applause for him. Please do take the survey. Is what you enter in there that we're going to use for future events like this. So, Joel, over to you.
Thank you, Antoine. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so let's click on the link. SMS was sent to all of us. So let's do this together. And thank you very much for coming for today's event. So once you open the link, we'll fill the form together. The survey is anonymous, so let's all try and fail. And the purpose is for us to improve subsequent ICIs. Do we have it? Oh, you should have it. SMS, team. Please, let's check our SMS, our phones. It's not in? Not WhatsApp, SMS. How many have it? Fantastic, beautiful. So let's proceed. Please, let's try and get it pushed to every participant here. Let's try and do that. All right, so for those who have it, please click on the link. You see gender. Please select male, female. Clara. No other option. Male, female, please. All right. All right, so the next is name of organization. Please put your organization there. Okay. Name of organization. Beautiful. So the next question says, please indicate the extent to which you agree or disagree to the following statements. So the first one is, I feel that I have increased my knowledge on the benefits of green economy to Ghana's entrepreneurial ecosystem. Strongly agree, somewhat disagree, strongly disagree. Just select one and let's proceed. Please, we are all supposed to partake in this exercise, so let's try and get the link. Thank you. The next one is, I am satisfied with the content of today's ICI event. I am satisfied with the content of today's event. Strongly agree, somewhat disagree, strongly disagree. Question 4. We're almost done. I told you, it's short. 4. Kindly describe how successful the session has been compared to your expectations. Kindly describe how successful the session has been compared to your expectations. As I said, the purpose of this survey is to improve future events. So let's be frank to share our thoughts. Please describe how successful the session has been compared to your expectations. Thank you so much. Number 5, last but one. What is the key lesson drawn from today's Incubating Climate Innovation program or event? What is the key lesson drawn from today's Incubating Climate Innovation program or event? Key lesson or lessons. You can scribble as many as you want. Then last but not the least, number 6. How could GCIC improve future incubating climate innovation programs? How could GCIC improve future incubating climate innovation programs? Thank you for indulging me. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Joel. So just a quick one. Right after the final closing remarks, we will have some picture taking, a photography session outside in the foyer where the backdrop is. So please, especially for our speakers who joined us, make some time to take those few photographs over there. There's also going to be lunch. For lunch, you'll be given a coupon. So when you get the coupon, you can move up to the restaurant and have lunch there. I'd like to invite Dr. Dramani Bukhari. He's a Director for Partnerships, Entrepreneurship, and Investments for the Ghana Climate and Innovation Center to give us the closing remarks. A round of applause for him as he joins us up here. Yeah, let's keep it coming.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all too soon, this year's ICI, Incubating Climate Innovation 2024, is rounding up. And on behalf of Ashesi University and the Executive Director of GCIC, we wanted to convey our deepest gratitude to all of you for taking time off your very busy schedules to be here. Indeed, your presence, your contributions, and all other things are the ones that motivate us on an annual basis to hold this event. And I should say that my impressions are that you made this year's event a smashing success. As we will all agree by now, the global climate emergency requires actions that are rapid, that are scalable, and that are replicable. We saw that in the speeches. And we saw the urgency of tackling climate change in the conversations. Every one of our speakers, whether at the level of keynote, welcome, or address, and even at the level of the panels, we saw how ecosystem support institutions like ourselves, policymakers, donors, and other stakeholders have a significant role to play. And all of us must play that role in a way that allows for the puzzle to fit perfectly together before we can reach the aspirations that we have, either for our common good of development or for the greater good of saving the planet. We can't thank you enough for the time you spent in preparing for this event. We can't thank you enough for the time you have taken to be here. But more importantly, we want to thank our entrepreneurs who continue to show the light in spite of a challenging environment to grow and nurture solutions that will not service their selfish interest alone, but will service the interest of our collective. So thank you so very much to our very distinguished entrepreneurs. We are in a different place today from the start of the GCIC program in 2017. As Ruka highlighted in her speech, the inaugural cohort was just about 12 bold innovators and climate entrepreneurs. Today, the number has grown in multiple folds to almost 200. At the start, there was virtually no baseline in terms of carbon emission savings. But today, we can boast of over 600,000 metric tons of carbon emissions. Today, as we speak, we are talking about employment creation that is significant. And if you want to look at it by the numbers, you might likely not appreciate it more. Look at it from the perspective of how that income those families or those individuals are earning, are transforming families and educating individuals for this great nation and for the globe. If you look at it in that sense, then you will appreciate that the almost 4,000 jobs that's been created on this program from 2013 to date is significant. The average family size in Ghana is about 4. Just multiply 4,000 by 4, and you can imagine how many people may be benefiting from this. Over 8 million households over 8 million individuals are benefiting from green goods that perhaps otherwise would not have seen the light of day. I say all of this to say that there's an opportunity for you wherever you are to join us in creating greater impact. On that note, I wanted to singularly thank the Global Affairs Canada for seeing reason, for valuing our work, and for investing a whopping 10 million Canadian dollars in the Ghana Climate Innovation Center and Ashesi University for 4 years. We know that this will not end here. And indeed, we again want to thank the GIZ, the German Development Corporation, for joining and scaling up that impact. We are also working with the with the Standard Chartered Bank on the Standard Chartered Women in Tech Incubation Program. And very clearly on that program as well, we have incubated already 60 entrepreneurs and 20 are undergoing incubation at the moment. So indeed, we have 80 entrepreneurs that are also being incubated there. 60 will be coming out of the GIZ program as well. There's an opportunity for us to pull our resources together to create a more impactful program that is targeted to tackle the different scales and spectrums of entrepreneurs, but also to tackle the different levels of challenges that they face. This is where we see that our most impact will be created, and we invite all of you to engage us so you can dive deep into the next strategy of GCIC for the next 10 years, so that when we are here in June next year, 2024, 2025, thank you, Ruka, what we would be talking about is how our collaborative effort will be translating into unimaginable impact ever seen on the face of this planet. I may be sounding unrealistic, but I tell you, I know what I'm talking about, and I know what we are capable of achieving together. On that note, I want to thank all of you for coming once again. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dramani. Congratulations to you and your team. Another round of applause for the team at GCIC. And also, we'd like to thank Green Gold. They are from cohort 6. They provided the beautiful flower pots that you see on the coffee tables on stage. So a round of applause for them. Another product, of GCIC's great work. So ladies and gentlemen, before we finally sign out of here, some of you were complaining about not having the link. So this is it. You can just scan this QR code here on the screen, and that will enable you to get access to the survey. So let's just take 2 minutes to do that. Those of you who couldn't do it before. Thank you. Once again, lunch will be served. Just pick a coupon on your way out for that. Thank you guys so much for your time. Your participation, your engagements with everyone here today, especially our speakers, our moderators. God bless you. Enjoy the rest of your day. My name is Antoine Menton. It was a pleasure hosting this event for you. Thank you.
ever. I've been running ever since. It's been a long time coming, but I know change has gotta come.